next one is going to be sitting right around 24%. The next one is going to be at 31. The fourth ball you're going to go ahead and put at 50%. The next one is going to be at 71, and the last one at 100%. This right stick response curve makes a huge difference for me. It makes my aim feel a little stickier, and you can change all the other settings in game and everything, but I think this is what makes the biggest difference for me. Moving over to my triggers, I use an exponential on my left stick with a 4% dead zone and a default with a 5% dead zone on my right. But I do use the trigger stops all the way up, so I'm barely having to make a pull on them to get a full activation. As far as the vibration goes, you can turn this off here, but I do have it turned off in game for myself. And that covers all the IQ settings that I use for Black Ops 6. And now we're going to go ahead and jump into the in-game settings. So now I'm going to give you guys all my in-game settings that help me improve my aim and movement. And it's going to go ahead and start off in the controller section. Obviously, your aiming input device is going to be controller if you're on controller, keyboard and mouse if you're on keyboard and mouse. Now, this is where I use a custom button layout. You can change things however you want. I have things changed in my IQ settings, but one thing that's different that I do have in game, not in my IQ, I have my interact and reload switched with my tactical equipment so that I can pop my stems on my back paddle and use RB to reload. Now, that might sound pretty crazy to some of y'all, and it probably is sort of crazy, but it works for me, and that's what I want to point out right here is you want to change these things to fit you, not what I'm putting out, but if you want to try it out, that's how you're going to have to find your own style. Now, I am currently playing on 1313 sensitivity, but I do tend to change these up quite a bit. I go anywhere from 6.6 to 2020. It just sort of depends, and I'm a crackhead like that, so you guys know. If you guys are using controller vibration, try turning it off. I know it's going to feel weird for a while, but it's definitely going to improve your aim. Those micro adjustments when you're trying to keep on a target are going to become a lot easier when your controller is not vibrating on you. Dead zones is another section that's going to be different for some of y'all, but for the majority of you guys, you're going to want to put your left stick on 0. That way you always have some sort of rotational aim assist, no matter how little you're moving. And I put my left stick max at 74. This just gets me to my full tilt of movement faster. And my right stick I have on 1 dead zone, but you're going to go ahead and move this until you don't have stick drift anymore. That's my recommendations. I don't mind a little bit of stick drift. I know a lot of y'all will get driven crazy by that. I'm not sure why my right stick's max is at 97, but we're going to go ahead and leave it there. My left trigger at 1 and my right trigger at 2. Moving over to the aiming section, there's going to be a couple of things that I'm going to have y'all change. If you press show more on your sensitivity multiplier, this will open up the different ADS sensitivities that you can use. And this is another one of those settings that's going to change per person. But I want to go ahead and say something real quick. I want you to try using a higher ADS sensitivity, maybe a 1.3, a 1.5, something like that. Try using it for a little bit and let me know what you guys think. I feel like I can't aim when I have a lower ADS sensitivity in this game, but once I bumped it up to a 2, I was feeling much more smooth and fluid. Now go ahead and click on the aiming advanced settings, and this is going to be another one of those settings you guys probably
Wait, Steam Deck 2
Well,
leak?
wouldn't you know it, Steam Deck 2 leaks, rumors, and speculation are back, almost like they never left. And listen, I've got to be honest, I have a bone to pick with these alleged leaks, or at least the outlets that are covering them. You know, I don't consider myself a journalist, so I have to admit I got more than a little annoyed at some point when I realized I think I'm doing more work trying to get the facts straight than the actual journalistic outlets. Let me explain. Moore's Law is Dead is a YouTube channel that regularly reports on leaks related to gaming hardware, especially at the CPU and GPU level. Tom, who runs the Moore's Law is Dead channel, has a podcast on the channel called Broken Silicon. In the latest episode of Broken Silicon, Tom was joined by my good friend Jimmy Champagne, who runs Deck Ready and PS Ready, and in this episode they were pretty much just shooting the shit, talking about what they'd like to see or what they think they will see from a Steam Deck 2, a PlayStation handheld, or a Steam home console, or the ROG Xbox Ally. It was mostly just two passionate bros speculating and having a good time. But if you were to look at the news articles in the last few days, you would get the impression that they not only leaked the Steam Deck 2 and Steam Home Console, but also what was powering these devices, not to mention a secret partnership with Sony that benefits both Sony and Valve. But also, if you look at any of those news articles, you might notice that none of them provide any direct quotes or timestamps, and that is something I should have caught on to sooner, but I didn't. Because, man, I listened to this 90-minute podcast several times to try to find citations for what these news outlets were reporting on, and finally I had to admit, maybe nobody is reporting on this accurately. Notebookcheck.net was one of the first outlets to report on this, and then Tom's Guide, PC Guide, and Kotaku all reported on what Notebook Check said. Yes, they were copying Notebook Check's homework rather than what was actually said. And possibly the first sign of this is that Notebook Check spelled Jimmy's name wrong, and subsequently they all did. And so here's the part of the Notebook Check article that is making the rounds. The reporter says, quote, according to podcast host Tom from Moore's Law is Dead, internal leaks suggest Valve is working on a next generation device with significantly more power, possibly based on AMD's upcoming Zen 6 based Magnus APU, which could also be powering the next gen consoles from Sony or Microsoft, end quote. The thing I find so difficult about this excerpt is that the words are not necessarily objectively false if you give it the most generous interpretation you possibly could, but it's worded in a way that I find to be misleading, and I don't know how to explain that other than to break it up into two halves. Let's start with where they say internal leaks suggest Valve is working on a next generation device with significantly more power. Throughout the podcast, Tom and Jimmy talk about the Steam Deck 2 as sort of a foregone conclusion. There's not a point in the podcast where either of them feel compelled to say, I heard Valve is working on a Steam Deck 2, because that is pretty much a given at this point, just like it's a given that Sony is working on a PS6. Valve has said that they're going to follow up the Steam Deck with the next generation of handheld, but only when the time is right. So you pretty much have to assume that they're going to be working on the Steam Deck 2 all the way up until it's actually in our hands. I suppose, however, the other way you could read this is that next generation device refers not to a Steam Deck 2, but instead a Steam home console, despite the fact that Notebook Check leads with Steam Deck 2 in the title and in the intro of this piece, not to mention that the words next generation imply being a successor, which would again point more to a Steam Deck 2 than a Steam home console, but fine, let's go with it. With regard to a home console, there are two instances in the episode where Tom does make a point to say what he's heard about a potential Steam home console. At about 36 minutes in, he says, quote, if Valve announces a Steam Deck 2 and a Steam home console, which from what I'm hearing, they might be working on something quite powerful, then, and I'll paraphrase this last part, but he says, then the Battlefield 6 devs might say we need to support this so that we get our players on there, end quote. The point he was making is that it would be nice if a Steam home console gets so much traction that developers feel compelled to support it. In that instance, it's pretty clear that he's referring to a potential Steam home console, not the Steam Deck 2, when he says, from what I'm hearing, they might be working on something quite powerful. Even that sentence is very much in passing, and he doesn't attribute it to any particular source of any kind. Then later on in the video, at about 1 hour and 16 minutes, Tom once again refers to the rumored Steam home console and says, quote, all I can say is I was told honestly a couple years ago, like full stop, they're using AMD. It's going to be really powerful and they're going to treat this like a proper console launch. This isn't going to be some little project, end quote. So here once again is where he makes a point to say that a Steam home console would be really, really powerful. Returning to the Steam Deck 2, but sticking to the part of the excerpt where they say significantly more power, I suppose you could also say that Tom does suggest the Steam Deck 2 will be more powerful, but he illustrates that by saying, quote, if they made a Steam Deck built for what's in the Ally X right now and it ran SteamOS and it was optimized for it, I think any game you're running 40 frames is now 120 at the same resolution, just like that, end quote. I guess the point I'm making is that what Tom states here, aside from the specifics around frame rate, which do sound impressive, is obvious and not newsworthy. He's essentially saying that Steam Deck 2 will be more powerful than Steam Deck just by virtue of the fact that handhelds being released this year are more powerful than the Steam Deck. Then there's the second half of the excerpt where it says that this next generation device, whichever one they're referring to, is, quote, possibly based on AMD's upcoming Zen 6 based Magnus APU, which could also be powering the next gen consoles from Sony or Microsoft, end quote. I don't know. Am I being pranked right now? Because that is not exactly what was said on the podcast. Once again, Tom mentions Magnus at 2 points in the interview. I'll start with the second time because it contains a crucial detail. At 43 minutes in, he says,
I mean, I leaked something called Magnus that has 11 cores and seemingly a graphics portion that's as powerful as a high-end graphics card.
The crucial detail is that Tom leaked the existence of Magnus in a previous video where he also says that Magnus is not slated for desktops or laptops, meaning that the likely customer is some dedicated games hardware. In that previous video, he suggests perhaps a PS6, and in a more recent video, he says that it is for a next-gen Xbox console. The other time Tom mentions Magnus at about 26 minutes in,
I leaked something called Zen 6 Magnus, which to me seems like it's either the next-gen Xbox or PlayStation, or who knows, maybe a next-gen Valve consoles. It's one of those three, so maybe...
The way he describes this lines up with his other videos. Magnus is likely meant for some gaming hardware, and in terms of likelihood, next-gen PlayStation was likely, next-gen Xbox was likely, then maybe a Valve console could be the third most likely. That to me is extremely different than the way Notebook Check phrased it when they said this highlighted portion. I'm not going to repeat it, but you can pause here and read it. Let me know if you agree or disagree, because this is just driving me nuts. Anyway, as an aside, I checked in with Tom and he pointed me to his latest video and the pinned comment therein, where he does say that Magnus is confirmed by his internal sources to definitely be for a next-gen Xbox. Here is a screenshot from that video where he details other code names and likelihoods of which he says he's very sure of as well. Based on my DM with Tom, his personal feeling is that unless Valve is using something more off the shelf, he just doesn't think they're rushed to replace the Steam Deck, which I think lines up with everything we've heard from Valve's mouths themselves. By the way, that is what real reporting looks like, reaching out to the source and if possible getting direct quotes. I'm starting to feel like Super Hot Fire, you know, the dude that's like, I'm not a rapper, and then proceeds to drop the best bars known to man. I am not a journalist, guys, but please do better. And it's not just notebookcheck.com either. In fact, everyone else is maybe even more guilty, because from here, Tom's guide reported on what Notebook Check said Tom said. And I wish I was kidding when I say after that, Kotaku reported on what Tom's guide said, Notebook Check said that Tom said. This to me is not reporting. I would love a Steam Deck 2. I would love some Steam Deck 2 news, but this is just out of hand. Let me know what you think. Am I going crazy, or are y'all with me? Let me know in the comments. Thank you. Speaking of things getting wild in the news, we've got to talk about more games being taken down, this time on itch.io, or as I like to call it, itch.io. Itch.io is an awesome digital game platform that specializes in indie games.
Oh, is IO set for independent outlet?
Go there. A good War Mage is always strategic with ceiling space.
Wow.
Back to the fight.
Or still early. And I was saying it's giving me some shitty modifiers early. You know what I could do though?
Call that intimidating, but powerful.
The rift may look scary.
Ready.
Of course another door is opening. We've got flyers.
I can place ceiling traps as high as I want these days. A fitting death. Ah, brand new again. This is so exhilarating. The perfect addition. This should provide quite a shock. Remember me?
A choice, a destiny.
Preparation is key to success.
More flyers.
Not a chance. Wall needs more.
The rift listens.
Good preparation is vital. Ready up.
Flyers.
is as easy as always. These walls need a little something.
Overdrive is ready.
This wall needs more. That simply will not go there. Those do not go
How would
there.
you send that out in the last?
So here's how we are going to start off the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, WB Montreal has not learned their lesson. And before we talk about it more, because I just found this story before I started streaming, just before we start talking about it more, friendly reminder, I am giving away a free copy of Let God Sort 'Em Out on vinyl. If you want to enter the giveaway, type ! giveaway in the chat. It works in the YouTube and the Twitch chat. It'll give you a link. All you gotta do is follow me on Instagram. If you're watching on Hokage Highlights, the link will be in the description box below. If you already follow me on Instagram, just unfollow me, then follow me in the damn contest. Enter the giveaway if you want to win that shit. I had an extra copy, so we giving it away. You have until Sunday to enter. You got 6 days left, just this week. Okay. That being said, let's talk about WB Montreal. But before we do, let's see. Let's go with that. Let's go with that.
I can place ceiling traps as high as I want these days. This will do very nicely.
All right, man. Listen.
You will never know what hit them.
If I had to make a Mount Rushmore of stupid studios, Mount Rushmore would consist of EA, Activision, Ubisoft. You can argue for Bethesda. If you want to argue against it, you can. I'll give you that if you say no Bethesda, because they've had the Fallout TV show. The Blade game is coming out, but that damn Starfield was ass. They be releasing broken games. So if you want to argue against Bethesda, I'd put them up there. I'm going to let Bethesda slide. So we're going to go EA, Ubisoft, Activision. And ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm ready to put WB Games on the Mount Rushmore of Stinker Studios. This place just fucking sucks. Where do we even start? Let's start with today's article. WB Montreal is working on a new live service DC title per a job post. Oversee all phases of development from concept to post-launch operations. Just so you don't think it's fucking cap, here is the job description. They are working on another live service game. So although this is bad news for us as consumers, it's good news for PS4 niggas, because we all know you're unemployed. Yesterday I put y'all onto a job at Sony. Today I'm putting you onto a job at WB. Please apply, because you keep complaining about the state of the economy and how you can't afford a PS5. You're welcome. Now back to WB Montreal. This is crazy. How many L's do
By
you
the way,
have
I don't care
to
if I
take
win this one, because this
before
is
you say enough is enough?
this game is constantly throwing bullshit at you early on.
Gotham Knights,
I'm okay losing.
Suicide Squad, fucking multiverses, Mortal Kombat. Well, yeah, I know it hurts, but Mortal Kombat 1 underperformed. They cut the DLC off after a year. The game was a failure because it launched without private lobbies. And when people like me and other concerned consumers who love fighting games said, this fighting game needs private lobbies so we can play with our friends, You bitch ass niggas in the FGC said it as private lobbies. It's called King of the Hill. So I guess in the FGC, words don't have meaning. We're just making shit up. It's been L after L after L after L. And the worst part is, they canceled Wonder Woman. They patented the Nemesis system. We'll never see that in another game. You guys are struggling for cash. You're fucking poor. Because for those unaware, Warner Bros. As a whole is struggling. Not WB Montreal, not WB Games, Warner Bros. Their movies are flopping, their games are flopping. Let's not forget that $200 million disaster known as fucking the Flash movie, the Aquaman movie. Thank God for Superman. The OG really came through and saved the day. It's been a flop fest. And it pains me because they canceled fucking Wonder Woman. It is 2025. And we have never gotten a proper Wonder Woman game. You guys would have moved millions of units. I think I can speak for most people when I say, who doesn't want to be a bad bitch fighting crime?
Wait, what was that trophy?
You would have been able to fight crime and goon and fight crime. But you can in the game. After Multiverses failed, Gotham Knights failed, Suicide Squad failed, Mortal Kombat failed.
That's crazy.
The only win you've had in the last 10 years is Hogwarts Legacy and the recently released Superman movie. You guys are poor. Real poor. PS poor. PlayStation 4 peon poor. And it blows my mind because the formula's right there. In terms of games, the only thing that's selling for you guys is immersive, despite what that nigga said in that damn video. If you play single player games, you're weird. The only thing selling at WB is immersive single player adventure games. Whether it's an RPG, action adventure, magic, whatever. That's what's selling. The formula was right there. And you had it. Wonder Woman was a single player action adventure RPG where we was gonna play bad bitches fighting crime. And you said, no. We need another live service game. So I'm gonna use this moment to put them on my Mount Rushmore dumbasses after losing hundreds of millions of dollars. But also use this moment to remind everybody, gaming as a whole is not dead. And every time you niggas refuse to expand your vocabulary, it makes it harder to solve the actual issue in gaming, which is what? Say it with me. Capitalism, greed, corporate pigs. Because somebody at the top of WB Games said, we've taken 4 live service L's in a row over the last 10 years, lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Let's do it again. That's a good idea. Let's do it again. We are sick of this shit. But this is where I'm gonna get on the gaming community. Because this is a symbiotic relationship, yeah. If what I'm about to say doesn't apply, let it fly. The reality is that if you're wondering, TBH, why do these companies keep making these bullshit ass live service games? Games that are supposed to last for 5, 10, 15 years with tons of microtransactions. It's because maybe not you, but your friends keep playing it. You can't get off Apex. You won't get off Warzone. You won't get off Fortnite. You won't get off 2K. You won't get off Madden. Then you get on Beyonce's
I can't tell where this character ends and where
with your Samsung Galaxy S3 with the battery falling out the back, talking about to record that security footage, saying, "Man, am I the only one that feel like gaming is dead?" Nigga, get the fuck off the 2K. They keep doing it because you keep buying it. Gaming is not dead. It's in a great creative space. But if we want them to stop nickeling and diming us, we have to stop buying it. And when I say we, I ain't talking about me. So understand you play a role in it. Maybe not you, but your homeboys. And if it's not you, it's time we start waging war. Tell your homeboys they wrong. Them niggas sit in the fucking PS4 group chat all night. Man, ain't nothing to play. Get a new hobby. Go watch Netflix. I'm gonna be honest. I'm at a point where I would, if you genuinely feel like gaming is
Fire
dead,
up the previous attract
get
and
the
duo
fuck
continue
off the live
and
service
based on their
games,
current
and I
health.
would respect you more. Just stop
Why-
buying
we
the
need more stuff like that.
microtransactions. You don't have to buy Zelda. You don't have to buy Donkey Kong. You don't have to buy Mass Effect, The Witcher, Baldur's Gate 3, Blade. You don't have to buy any of that. But you do need to stop buying VC. Every year, Ronnie 2K gets on Twitter and flexes a new hairpiece. This nigga went to Turkey. Got the procedure. You know how much that costs? You're paying for that.
Oh, I
So
should have
when you
bought that one.
understand,
Oh well.
when these companies keep doing this stupid shit, you play a role in it. I'm tired of it. Super Meat Boy 3D looks great. The Outer Worlds 2's coming out. Wu Chang just came out. Borderlands 4's coming out. Ghost of Yote's coming out. Then we got games that already came out. Why the fuck are you? I just seen an article about Apex Legends season 26. 26? 26. 26. That game's pushing 30. Lost Soul aside, Phantom Blade Zero. If you feel like there's nothing to play, at bare minimum, I ask you, stop playing these live service games. Because the number one problem in gaming is greed, capitalism. Y'all complain that you don't like the price of something, and then you went and made the Switch 2 the best-selling console ever in the first month.
With nothing. There's nothing on there to play.
I don't know. Am I crazy?
You're not.
Am I crazy? Y'all let me know.
You're not
So I'm
crazy.
here to let y'all know, WB is working on another live service game. I wouldn't be surprised if it's DC themed, because they just can't get off of DC's dick. They own the license to the games. And I also wouldn't be surprised if they fucking flop. We're tired of this. Guys, I would say the golden era of live service games started in 2016 with PUBG. Then Fortnite came in 2018 with the Battle Royale. Then Apex came in 2019, Warzone. After that, it's been downhill. We're tired of this. It's time to move on to shit. WB is officially on my shit list. These people are doing game development like slot machines. I seen somebody reply to my tweet. This shit was the perfect fucking response. This how they developing games over there. They not looking at the fucking data. They not looking at the spreadsheet, seeing how much money they losing. When it comes to planning games, these niggas said, come on, baby, come on, one game away. We're striking it big bucks, no whammies. You guys are fucking live service fiends. The only way we can stop this shit as a community is we have to stop playing. Start calling your homeboys out. Tell them get out the PS4 group chat and get a job so you can afford a PS5 and play one of these amazing single player games. I don't give a fuck that Fortnite had to build a creator mode and they got a million different modes in that bitch. I don't care they added no build. You need to build your credit score. You need to build your resume so you can afford a PS5 with some better games, some better visuals, some better
How
frame
did he
rates.
do? What a weird
God
transition.
damn.
Holy shit.
This shit is fucking annoying. No, it's not. It's not just blame leadership. You niggas are not listening to chat. Yes, leadership is 50% wrong, but 50% goes to y'all too. You know how many people I've heard say, I can't get off Apex Legends because I've invested so much time and money into this game. Yeah, it was a YouTube comment. I got $1,000 on my account and worth in fucking skins. So, who cares? Nigga said, I'm done with Apex. They just announced a new Loba skin with her ass out. Nigga said, we back. It's sunken cost fallacy. Video games are meant to be fun. There's something to play in every genre. If you want co-op, play Split Fiction. If you want a shooter, play Ready or Not. It just came to console. If you want a great RPG, play Expedition 33, one of the best OSTs of the year. It's like 15
It's weird to say
games come out,
gamers are pro. Gamers still not a good decision. There's Game Pass and Steam sales and all the store stuff for sales now. Not as good as Steam.
And you playing the GTA
Usually.
role-playing server with T
As far as
Grizzly.
like variety,
That nigga's robbing you too.
including
Because I
new
heard
games.
you gotta pay to get on them servers. That's crazy.
Wait, what
Amateur hour.
what
I don't know
servers?
if you want a great RPG, play Expedition 33, one of the best OSTs of the year. It's like 15 games that's come out, and it's only 6 months of 2025 that could easily be nominated for Game of the Year. And you playing Fortnite no build. And you playing the GTA role-playing server with T Grizzly. That nigga's robbing you too. Cause I heard you gotta pay to get on them servers. That's crazy. Amateur hour. I don't know if you bum ass niggas know. When you sit on the role-playing servers all day, you're acting. Why don't you go to acting school? Why don't you join your local theater? Actually hone your craft. Go be an actor and make some money. Instead, you getting finessed by niggas on the role-playing server. You paying $20 a month to T Grizzly to act like a keyboard crit for 24 hours. You niggas is going negative. You ain't scoring no rolls. You could be the next Stack and Smoke. Instead, you ain't stacking no paper, so now you getting smoked. This shit don't make no sense to me. Let's think. Think, Mark, think. It's driving me crazy because I'm tired. I'm tired of people hopping on the internet saying gaming is dead, and I'm tired of these fucking executives. You're all at fault. There's no nuance in any conversation anymore, which allows these executives to get away with this fucking corporate greed. Everything is not black and white. Jesus. Say it again for the people in the back. Wake up. I'm done.
Wake up, wake up, wake
I'm
up.
also
It's the first
disappointed because I
of
just found out
March.
that nigga Joey Swole is a fucking racist. I thought he was one of the good ones on the internet. That nigga on the internet defended Hulk Hogan too.
I kind of knew it. You kind of know.
Racist is not a mistake I'm supposed to forgive. You said dead ass? This nigga hopped, and then they on his ass about the shit, right? Because he was defending Hulk Hogan. He did a live stream, and he said, well, you guys need to get on the colored athletes. Colored? What is it, 1945? What's going on?
Even
internet?
modern
What's going
racists, so
on,
modern
bro? What's
racists don't
going
say
on?
colored.
Not the guy whose whole entire brand is holding people accountable in the gym. Now we can't hold him accountable for being a fucking racist and defending people who are racist. That nigga's about to roid rage out on the internet, bruh. Y'all think I'm fucking playing? Hold up. Let me see if I can find it on Twitter. I know this don't got nothing to do with anything. I know it ain't got nothing to do with anything, but let me see if I can find this fucking video. Oh, here it goes. So after he got called out for fucking defending Hulk Hogan's punk ass, he hops on fucking live stream and says this shit.
Listen, I can post Hulk Hogan if I want to. Just because somebody makes a mistake in their life doesn't mean that they haven't done good things. I don't know what he did, and he said something 20 years ago and apologized.
They never know what they did.
If you're gonna attack me, you better go after the colored athletes and the.
Google's free. You could have seen what he did. He was your child. How you claim somebody's your childhood hero and you don't know anything about them? But you hear what he said?
You better go after the colored athletes and the people that are black and minority that went and posted him as well.
Them niggas is coons too. I don't know why that's a talking point. It's deaf to all coons on this fucking stream. So I don't even know why you brought up coons. It's only a few of them. So no, we not fucking with this nigga either, bruh. I saw this shit this morning. I said, wow, another one. I just went on a tangent. I know that had nothing to do with anything, but I couldn't believe what I saw. I said, not another one. So shout out to all the coloreds in the chat. Yeah, what are we in the Jim Crow? Yo, shout out to Visual Sound Production with the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. What are we? I'm moving on, bro. I'm off this shit. WB Montreal, WB Games as a whole, y'all deserve y'all failure. And you deserve your failure too. All he had to do was get on the internet and say, oh, I was unaware. Because that can happen. I was unaware of what Hulk Hogan did. Even though I grew up on him, he's wrong. I don't condone racism. This nigga hopped on the internet and said, "What about the coons? What about the blacks that like Hulk Hogan?" Fucking colors.
The coon athletes. He don't care about you unless you're an athlete. What about the coon athletes?
Be careful who you prop up, bro. Be careful who you prop up. And I'm also personally tired of people co-signing bullshit too. People want to be down with other big creators so much that they co-sign this bullshit, and this is why it exists. Like an example being that Neon nigga too. Seeing black creators like, nah, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Just last year he was screaming nigga this, nigga that. Ain't no apology over here, bro. Fuck that shit. We drawing a line in the sand. They're too welcoming, and that's why we have a problem right now that we do have. What was I about to say? The whataboutism head ass? Right. Like, just say sorry. I didn't know. Just say sorry. Other news. Xbox State of Decay 3 and Gears of War E-Day are heading to the PS5, reports claim. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. More games coming from PlayStation, going to PC and potentially Xbox and Nintendo. We now have more potential games coming to the PlayStation. One that I was even unaware of. I forgot that Xbox has State of Decay, but it's a thing. PS5 owners are reportedly getting 2 more Xbox published titles added to their roster. According to a report by MP First, both Gears of War E-Day and State of Decay 3 will be coming to the PS5. The publication cited resumes of developers working on each game, and with both listing the PS5 as a target platform for the respective titles. Xbox has been steadily adding more of its games to additional platforms last year. Microsoft confirmed its plans to bring 4 previous blah, 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 we know. I'm curious, will these be launch titles, or will it be like a year later, 6 months? Like, is it a timed exclusive, or will they be there day one? More games for me that I don't have time for, LOL. Yeah, pretty much. So once again, the console war is over. Friendly reminder, it doesn't exist anymore. And I really hope that these platforms focus on trying to find a way to add some type of value to the consumer to bring them over. Because I could see a world where the PlayStation 6 and the next Xbox come out and most people just buy the PlayStation 6, because right now, there was a time where Xbox during the 360 era, I think that the 360, you were considered cool if you had the 360, right? I do think right now we're in the era of the PlayStation. It was cooler to own a PS4, not anymore, but it's definitely cooler to own a PS5 than an Xbox Series X, right? I could see a world where if every game is available everywhere, that becomes an instant win for PlayStation, because people are such sheep. They're just gonna get the PlayStation 6 because they perceive it to be cool. And this is my one concern about games being everywhere. I'm all for everybody being able to play games. It's just more so like, how are they gonna innovate on the hardware front to keep the competition stiff? Because once the competition collapses, it's bad for all of us. You think the live service games is bad?
Don't game in multitask. Holy shit!
They don't have a reason to try, and I think competition is what
stupid
promotes excellence and innovation. But PlayStation is the iPhone of gaming. What does that even mean? PlayStation is the iPhone of gaming. What does that mean?
My god!
The iPhone would be the iPhone of gaming, Marcel. What are you talking about? You're trying too hard. You're trying too hard, dude. You're trying too fucking hard, dude.
What happened? Because I don't.
Hey, drop 5 subs in the chat for that dumbass joke, bro. That shit was horrible. Whatever. Next topic. Eyes of Wakanda, new trailer drop. Let me see if I can find this shit on YouTube. Drop 5 subs in the chat to apologize. I love whenever somebody says something stupid, you either go, that was a YouTube comment, that was a Twitch comment, wasn't it? New show, Disney Plus.
Is a kingdom of many.
So shout out to Robbie with the sub, appreciate it.
Spies like you and me sent out across the world.
I could have sworn everybody was.
Missions.
Pretty much everything that I use upgraded, so I thought everybody was dying.
Sony got
before they even made it up here.
Industry. Is that the
Clearly
analogy you were trying to make? That's still a bad analogy, because Sony doesn't have because Apple doesn't have a monopoly on smartphones.
I was clearly distracted.
Y'all know Android owns 50% of the market, right? That still wasn't a good analogy.
Secrecy is essential to Wakanda's security. be a ghost.
The time to act is now.
Heard this shit was gas. This is definitely a day one watch.
Oh, that's probably what it was. Probably stupid fucking. Oh.
Yo, shut the fuck up in the chat. This nigga said, yo, shout out to Davey with the $5 super chat. He said, what if I told you I'm making a game where BR meets extraction shooter, roguelike, Soulsborne, looter shooter? You trying to invest? This nigga just hit every buzzword all at once, bro. Oh shit. They gave me goosebumps at the end. Oh shit. That shit looks good. This is a day one. Shout out to Disney Plus. Shout out to the homies letting me get their password too. So that's coming. Outer Worlds 2. We got the requirements for the PC version for those interested in the game. The Outer World 2 system requirements. So here's what we got. Who cares about minimum? What? You don't got the recommended? Am I bugging? They only got the minimum posted here. Oh, there we go. No, that is only. I thought they would have. Man, hold on, let me search. Why didn't y'all post the main joints? They got it on the actual listing on the site. Let's see. Where would that be listed? Does anyone remember they had a small Black Panther cartoon in 05 to 07? You talking about the BET joint? The BET joint? Is this actually correct? At least Windows 10, 16, i5, 16 gigabytes of RAM. 1070. This is still minimum. They don't got the recommended. Bottom of the page. Hold up. See, go forward. Bottom of the page. Bottom of the page. Bottom of the page. Oh, recommended. Oh, there is no recommended. They only posted the minimum. That's why they posted it in the article. That's weird. If you don't have the recommended yet, why post the minimum? Like, I'm not gonna lie. Who's checking for this? Like, what I will say is though, this game might be intensive because the minimum is 16 gigabytes of RAM. That's pretty intensive. A 1070 isn't, but this will be a RAM.
She doesn't think anyone's gonna play.
That's interesting.
Outer Worlds 2.
Shout out to double D Hub with the sub. Appreciate it. You said that's why they don't want us to know. This game might have some bad optimization. Let's see. I missed some super chats. I literally just read the last one. This is blowing up the PS4. Is it coming to PS4? Speaking of optimization, Wu Chang Fallen Feathers developer apologizes for performance issues and it outlines plans for fixes. First and foremost, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and appreciate everyone for their continued patience and understanding regarding the recent issues surrounding the launch of Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. Wrote the developer, your experience and feedback is a valuable foundation for our team. We will provide a comprehensive explanation about the game content soon. One of the issues the game's experienced so far is related to the pre-order bonuses. As an update was released on the 25th, did not properly distribute these bonuses to all players. As compensation for this, those who own the deluxe edition of the game on Steam will be getting 3 extra sets of deluxe costumes and 4 weapons, and both standard and deluxe edition owners will get 3 headgear items on all platforms. I hope they're still useful by the time people actually get them. In terms of the game's performance and optimization, Lindsay explained that it will continue to optimize performance issues and will keep adjusting the game based on your suggestions, such as difficulty levels, boss encounters, and upcoming patches. So yeah, just know the PC version of the game apparently is not running the best. I haven't had any issues, and none of my friends have had any issues, but I'm not going to discredit and say that some people aren't having some issues. Got into a hot debate about it the other day. Not the other day, but yesterday on the stream. And the dude just wouldn't let it go, so I banned him. It's better than Wukong for me. To me, I'm enjoying this more than Wukong, mainly because the exploration, although the exploration can be kind of annoying. Have you seen that Chinese animated film coming to the US? It's called Nausea, and it's apparently a huge film in Asia. Nah, I never heard of that. You said, what was the debate? Oh, somebody had asked me how the game was running for me, and I said it's running fine. And then it was somebody in the YouTube chat. And then I had also said, the original article I read the other day was stating most of the people that are having performance issues with this game on PC have lower end PCs. And then he in the chat said, yeah, well, that's not true because I've read some people with 4060s are having problems. And I was like, well, you see how I based it off of the majority from this article as well as my personal experiences and my friends' experiences? You're basing it off of somebody else's, like, you don't even have a 46. How would you know? He's like, aren't you the data guy? I'm like, yeah, the data suggests it's a 50-50. Not most everybody's having, because you know the thing about PC gamers is when they don't like something, oh, they're gonna hop on the reviews and fucking review bomb that shit. But I'm literally streaming the game and having 0 issues, and you're trying to debate on whether or not my shit works. Yeah, and then he said, not everybody's got a 4080. Yeah, I know. I never called you broke. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? All I said is in the article, it said most people having issues are people with lower end PCs, and the nigga got mad. Well, not everybody could afford a man, shut your broke. Now I'm calling you broke. How about that? Like, God forbid I read the damn article. Yo, shout out to Ruffler.
Oh my gosh, those
super chat.
characters.
He said, "Keep being a real voice for gaming and a sea of nonsense." We trying.
No.
We trying. Does it play like more like a Souls game? It does. It does. But the skill tree is pretty cool, and like all the little magic abilities it has.
I never remember to do it on the
and
screen.
The feathering abilities.
So I gotta go in the menu and do
It's got some stuff going on for it that's pretty unique. It's full of fucking traps and shit too. Just know, yeah, it's a 50-50 with this game. I have a 40 Ti and I can run it at max settings. I'm literally streaming the game at max settings. It doesn't work. I'm like, you're looking at it. What are you talking about, bro? Positive news. Steven Yeun, is that how you say his name? From The Walking Dead, I believe. He was Alex, right? I think. Is confirmed to play an adult Prince Zuko in The Legend of Aang the Last Airbender.
Wait, did he?
So
what did he say?
The game at max settings. It doesn't work. I'm like, you're looking at it. What are you talking about, bro? Positive news. Steven Yeun, is that how you say his name? From The Walking Dead, I believe. He was Alex, right? I think.
No.
Is confirmed to play an adult Prince Zuko in The Legend of...
Who the fuck's Alex?
I'll get it done.
Making just enough, just enough in the city. Oh, making just enough, just enough in the city. Oh, don't tell me you don't got the move forward thing. Why not just give everybody the forward thing? How does him jumping up high like that help me? And I keep pushing. Because everybody else has it, I still do it.
A barricade will keep them out.
Making just enough.
How's it going, everyone? The PlayStation Store has kicked off Wave 2 of its summer sale. Yes, thousands of deals have been added. Do keep in mind, you still have another day or so to take a look at any of the deals that have already dropped that are ending. Some deals are lasting until the end of the entire sale. However, some deals are rotating out here soon. I think you'll have the rest of today and tomorrow. Don't quote me on that. They're ending fairly soon. Just jump on those as soon as possible. That's why sometimes the summer sale gets a little confusing, because it does have this, you know, 2 weeks of a certain amount of sales, then 2 weeks later another portion of sales get added. Some of them rotate out, but some of them are available through the entirety of the sale. I think it would be best if they just do a 4-week sale, leave everything on sale, or have games get added at the 2-week mark, but don't rotate games out. That's just my 2 cents. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. I'm using the PlayStation Store website. It seems like they're prioritizing the new deals as far as what they're showing me. So with that being said, let's get right into it. Doom the Dark Ages, 25% off for $25.49. I really like Doom the Dark Ages. It's just $52 and change for a Doom game that you can complete in like 15 or so hours. Look, I'm not gonna be the person that's gonna be like, oh, game length is super, super important, but I get for a lot of people it is, and if you're spending north of $50 on a game, that's gonna be something you think about. Although, you know, a lot of people are excited for Mafia the Old Country, and that game will probably be 15 hours long, but nonetheless, I had a good time with Doom the Dark Ages. Would I say spend this price point on it? No, I would say wait for $30 or less, but I did have a really good time with it. I thought the game was enjoyable. Didn't really care for the story, more so about that chaotic gameplay. Not as crazy as Doom Eternal, but I actually thought it was a good approach to the game, and I enjoyed it quite a lot. $52.49 on that. Cyberpunk 2077 Ultimate Edition, you guys, might be the best deal in this entire sale. 50% off for $35.49. This deal is insane. Phantom Liberty typically goes for $30. It has been on sale for like $21. Cyberpunk 2077, the base game, has hit a brand new historic low price at $18. It is available on PlayStation Plus Extra, but here you get the base game and the expansion. $35.49 for that is stellar. I highly recommend that. You guys know me. I might end up being known as the residential Cyberpunk glazer in a decade from now. Will this dude just shut up about Cyberpunk? I mean, I was that dude for Witcher 3 for so long, but man, my love for Cyberpunk, I just love this game so much. I like the world of Cyberpunk even more than I like the world of Witcher, and I think Witcher realized it better. I think Cyberpunk, we're still at the very infancy
that open
of
world
what
is
this
crazy.
overall world develops into, but I think the
And
ceiling
nobody
for
talks about it.
Cyberpunk is so high, and with Edge Runner Season 2 coming out, with a sequel confirmed to be in development, you know, we're in good times. We're in good times, and in 2020, it didn't look like good times were ahead, but now good times are in fact ahead. $35.49 for that excellent deal. Arma Reforger, 20% off for $32. Call of Duty Black Ops 6, the Vault Edition, is $65. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered, 20% off for $48. That is the deluxe edition, by the way. That's why, you know, the base price is $60, but yeah, there you go with that. GTA 5 1979. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, 25% off for $67.49. If you're a Plus subscriber, you'll get it for $63, which, given the KCD 2 expansion pass, I want to say is what, like 25-30 bucks? That's a pretty good deal. It's just with KCD 2, I've said it before while I've sung the game's praises, you really have to know what you're getting yourself into with that game. Some people will absolutely love it. Other people will get to the gameplay and they will be, you know, they won't be crazy about the gameplay of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I still think overall it's a really worthwhile game, and I wasn't crazy about the gameplay.
I'm sure it is. I'll never play it.
From a historical setting standpoint, I think from an exploration standpoint, and when I say gameplay, I mean combat. Like, the exploration and all that is really well done. And the game has an insane amount of depth to it in terms of how you can handle situations, how you tackle situations. It's really well designed in that regard, and lends itself to being incredibly replayable. I would say for this price point, it's a decent pickup. You'll get the DLC that is still coming out, and you know, not a bad deal whatsoever. Red Dead 2 Ultimate Edition, $19.99 on that. Y'all know how I feel about Red Dead 2. Give me that upgrade, give me that Switch 2 port, and we will be golden as far as Red Dead 2 is concerned. First Berserker Kazan, 20% off for $48. I just beat this game. I don't know what possessed me. It's a little bit of a quiet time for new game releases, and I was like, you know what? let me play through a game that I didn't get to earlier this year. And First Berserker, Kazan, and Atomfall were two of like the notable titles that I've missed this year so far. So I decided to go back and play through First Berserker. I literally beat it a couple days ago over the weekend, and I enjoyed it a lot. Like I've said, Souls-like games are not my cup of tea, and I definitely have my issues with it just fundamentally, but that's just my issues with Souls-like games. I played it on the easiest difficulty. See, I'm not gonna be one of those dudes that feigns that they're good at games or whatnot. Y'all better at Souls-like games than— congrats, bro. You can have this one. I hope that lets you sleep better at night, that you could beat every boss like my buddy in Elden Ring without doing any summonings or anything. Oh, congrats, bro. Congrats. I hope you live a happy life. I played it on the easiest difficulty. I wanted to take in the spectacle of some of the boss fights, the soundtrack, which I think the soundtrack for some of the boss battles is awesome. One in particular, I was like, well, wait a second. This boss battle is kind of epic right now. Art style is awesome. And overall, had a decent time with the game. I'm not blown away by it, but if you're a Souls-like guy, you'll enjoy it. $48, a little bit pricey for me, I'm not gonna lie. I would spend like $25, $30 at most, but yeah, that's my 2 cents on that. I wanted to ramble a little bit since I literally just beat it and it's fresh in my mind. Dynasty Warriors Origin.
What's this video about?
Have you heard the saying, the best camera is the one that you have with you? I've been thinking about that a lot.
What just happened?
The internet's rad. You can, for whatever hobby or niche you're interested in, immediately see every product, every new design, and wish list, learn, research, do basically everything you want before buying a product. And it builds up a lot of desire for stuff. And so like with gaming, you can always be thinking about like the newer, better gear that you want. Right now, I'm on a 10-year-old monitor. I'm thinking like, oh, I really want to upgrade this dynamic range. It's not the best and all that stuff, right? If you watch the channel a bunch, you know a Steam Deck is something I super crave. I want to switch to, but not this one. Need to wait for a revision, all that stuff. And before you know it, you can get so consumed with wanting all this stuff, you forget what you already have. And case in point, I really haven't played my Switch very much since last September. I played Echoes of Wisdom, I loved it, I put it down, and the Switch is one of my favorite consoles of all time. I got so much good usage out of that thing. And you know what? Technically, super outdated system. But I decided to pick it up again, to play more, to try and finish some of the games that I hadn't rolled credits on. And you know what I realized? Oh yeah, I don't actually need anything right now. I got good gear, I want to use it. It's wild how easy it is to spend more time researching about your hobby than it actually is doing that hobby. The reviews, the Reddit threads, the comparisons. And if you, I don't know, overindulge, it can start to feel like you actually need a better setup just to enjoy, just to even start playing the game. And that mindset kind of sneaks up on you. You're not even unhappy with your current setup. You're just caught up in this loop of wanting something new because it feels like everyone else is upgrading or doing something super cool. And I super hate the feeling of getting a piece of gear or a game and not really getting the usage out of it that I wanted to. Be it time got busy, or I had all of these like daydreamy memories or dreams about like what I would use this piece of hardware for, and I just actually haven't used it all that much. Case in point, I had a PSP growing up, a PSP 1000. I lost this thing over the course of a couple of moves. I hope it shows up someday. There's like no way I threw it away. I have looked for years for this thing and ultimately couldn't find it. And so I know I've wanted to get a used PSP for such a long time. And earlier this year, over on Etsy, I picked up a used PSP with an IPS screen mod, and it's amazing. Now I've used it, but I've not used it nearly as much as I thought I was going to. All of that research phase, for years, literally like 2 years, I was daydreaming about getting a PSP, like modding it myself or just taking it with me everywhere. Here's all the PSP classics and PS1 games I'm gonna play on it, and really all I've done is play some Wipeout and play a little Final Fantasy VII on a couple of road trips. And it was fun, but that PSP I am specifically trying to take with me to use it more. And if you would have told me before I bought it, like, hey, you're not really gonna get much use out of it over the next 6 months, you're just not prioritizing it, I would have told you, no way, I need it right now, I gotta have it. It's a dumb habit. I gotta work on that. Like, I'll wait to replay this game once I get a Steam Deck, or I want to try that game on the Switch 2 when it drops. But the truth is, the future moment never hits the way we imagine it. By then, by the time we actually get the hardware or have the means to play it, life's in a different stage, so it doesn't always work out the exact same way. So a trick, okay, that you can do, pull out a notepad or on your phone. I like the Notes app, and just write down the games that you have that you haven't finished, that you want to finish, or just games that you want to replay. And I pulled that up for my Switch, and I wrote down a handful of games here. I'll try and find that note. And it was really nice to be able to just see it all sitting on the screen. Okay, so Bayonetta 2, Link's Awakening, I want to replay that one. Need to finish Astral Chain by Platinum Games. Gotta play through Bowser's Fury. I haven't even started that really, other than the first 20 minutes. Sonic Shadow Origins, that game was sweet, put like a few hours in, didn't finish it. Hades, haven't rolled credits on. Fire Emblem Three Houses, haven't rolled credits on. And Metroid Dread. That's a lot. That is a ton of gaming right there. That can keep me occupied till the end of the year, let alone some other games for the Switch that like I'd be more than happy playing and trying. Like Pikmin 4 sounds kind of fun. I played through all the Xenoblade Chronicles games, but I haven't played the DLC, Future Redeemed or whatever it's called. So when you put it down like this, seeing it all in one place, it hit me like a brick. This is already a killer lineup. Why am I shopping for more or daydreaming about stuff when I haven't even scratched the surface of what I already have? There's something really grounding about working with what you already have, and it kind of clears out some of that noise. We have like infinite choice right now. Especially with like streaming subscriptions like Game Pass, there's so many games just accessible to us at any point. And that is intense. And especially if you're diving in that pool all the time, looking around, it can be overwhelming. Now I have to say, this is not communicating that research is bad. If you're in a buying phase, like you're actually about to get a new system or new hardware, research, get the best fit, watch the breakdowns. That is just being smart. I've made many purchases over the years that I ended up not super liking because I didn't take that extra time to read a few reviews. I didn't take the extra time to watch a video here and there. And so definitely, if you're in the buying phase, enjoy it, dive into it, do that stuff. But when you're not like buying or you're trying to save or whatever, the deep dives can feel a little bit like a distraction. And I have been underestimating how good it feels to just pick up a game and play it.
I do what I must.
Just pick it up, start playing it. So often it's easier for me to pull up YouTube, pull up email, surf the web, rather than just go to Steam, open that game, grab the Switch, hop on the couch, put 10 minutes into Bayonetta 2 or whatever. That is a skill set that I never thought I would have to like cultivate or work on. 10 years ago, maybe I had a lot more time 10 years ago, that's part of it, but I think it was just, there was less friction. My amount of choices, I guess, were a little more limited, which does help. I think analysis paralysis is a totally real thing if you have just too many games or too many things on your plate at the moment. I guess all I'm trying to say is some of the best gaming sessions I have ever had were on this outdated Switch, this old piece of hardware. And who cares? Just play. I think that's the point of the video. If you got a system, any system, and any game that you're even mildly curious about, you're good. That's enough. Marketing is getting really great at trying to make us all feel like we're behind, that we don't have the right stuff. You're not behind, you're where you need to be. So just play where you want, how you want. Anyway, let me know if this resonates with you. Weird commentary, you know how these go. Hope it's a great weekend, and I will see you again very soon.
me.
What's the best way to play video games? Is it on console with Xbox One? Is it the PlayStation 4? Is it the Nintendo Switch? Or is it on PC? Or is it on your phone? Okay, definitely, it's definitely not on your phone. Okay, stop playing yourself, okay? A long time ago in the galaxy far away known as the San Fernando Valley, little Macro and his brothers received a Christmas gift. The Nintendo 64. It came with Super Mario 64, but my brothers and I, we scraped up all the little pennies and all the little stuff that we had at this point, sold it all, and bought ourselves some more games. We bought Mario Kart, GoldenEye, Donkey Kong Country, Diddy Kong Racing, Pokemon Stadium, Ocarina of Time, and of course, the greatest game on the console, we were hooked. Video games were a part of our life from then on. We got a Dreamcast, then a PlayStation, then a PlayStation 2, then an Xbox 360, and now we all have jobs and big boy money, so we all at one point had our own Xbox Ones. Yeah, that's right. We're kind of lame. Halo 3 is the game that introduced me to online multiplayer. I skipped Halo 1 and 2, I didn't really have an Xbox, so I didn't really get to play those good games. Okay, your boy, Shankmaster, was climbing that competitive Halo 3 ladder. Yeah, that was my name was Shankmaster. I wasn't proud of it. In fact, I changed my name to The Marcos because I just didn't like that name so much. And yes, my name is Marcos. Wow, Macro, Marcos, so creative. Anyways, I stuck with Microsoft and continued to play Halo 3, Halo Reach, and Halo 4, and that's kind of when I quit on the Halo franchise because Bungie had a kind of a falling out with Microsoft and they were working on a new game, this game that was totally gonna fail, man. Like nobody plays this game, like, hope they don't get a sequel, am I right? I haven't really played many multiplayer games since. I mean, every now and then I'd play Call of Duty, I mean, you know how I feel about that franchise. I played Gears of War a bit, but then I went off to college and moved on from games, really. I wouldn't play another big online multiplayer game until, of course... See, Overwatch is the thing that hooked me back into online gaming, and I wanted to get the best experience possible, so at first I bought myself an Xbox One, just for myself, because I really wanted to play it and not have to share with my brothers. And I was good at it. I actually climbed all the way up to Masters. There was a glitch and I got top 500 for Season 2, which is like really funny, but I always show it off to people because why not? But then I would watch the pros.
Wow. Miro gonna come in with a charge though. Yeah, Aron takes out Gods as well. There goes Stair. Aron pulls out the Dragon Blade, and I think USA is in a lot of trouble right now.
Hey, that button is not on my controller. How is he turning so fast? Where are the controllers? All of the big shots were playing on a PC, and I wanted to be a big shot, so I got myself a PC. And PC showed me
A whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew.
I played Fallout 4 on console before, but on PC, the mods, man, the mods. I could emulate my favorite games of the past, like Kingdom Hearts. That's something I couldn't even play on Xbox because it's a PlayStation exclusive. And then, I could beat it in 6 hours because you could fast forward through the cutscenes, those unskippable, long-ass cutscenes. And then of course Overwatch was made for PC. Updates came so much quicker, way quicker than they did when they're on console. I could finally have my own unique name, so I chose Macro because why not? The game felt smoother with 144 FPS graphics. I could turn around faster, finally I could turn around faster. It was all I hoped and dreamed for. But it wasn't all easy. See, first of all, PCs ain't cheap. If you want a good one, you're gonna look at around $1,000+. That's like the price of the new iPhone X! Not to mention, I've been using a controller my entire life. So I was awful, like I was straight garbage at mouse and keyboard. So bad that I did my first competitive placement matches with a controller. I managed to place in platinum though. I was super uncomfortable with the WASD movement and using my pinky to press things. I never had to use my pinky before. The mouse felt easier to learn though, but I was not willing to learn the WASD setup, so I tried to come up with my own stupid solutions. Half controller, half mouse. The smooth movement of a controller with the accuracy of a mouse. In my head, that made sense, only it was hard to hold both of these at the same time, so that idea, I scrapped it. I looked up if anyone else had my problem, and some came up with a solution.
The gamepad can be much more.
And that's why I developed the Drifter. You can pair it with a mouse, and you can play PC style, but without the need to sit at a desk.
But these developers, they didn't really continue to try and improve this controller, so I didn't want to pay money for this yet because I wasn't sure if it was going to work. So in the end, I gave up and I gave in to the mouse and keyboard, and I never looked back. Now
Wait,
I play
he brought
pretty
that
much
up and he didn't
exclusively
even
on
buy
PC.
it?
Of course, you know, there are games that
I
I
was
can't
so
get on
sure he was
PC,
about to
like
tell
some
me he bought
Nintendo
that thing, and he was
exclusives.
gonna
I'm
reboot or
looking at
something.
you, Breath of the Wild, so I had to pretty much get a Switch at one point. But I'm done with buying new consoles every generation. I'm not going to buy another Xbox One. I'm not going to buy an Xbox 2. I'm not going to buy a PlayStation 5. Okay, maybe I'll, because they're... See, but PlayStation has a lot of exclusives where Xbox doesn't, so I'll make a whole video on that later, but basically, I'm okay with just this PC because my PC will be able to play most games in the future. And it's something that I think was a worthwhile investment. Also, Steam has so many cool indie games that I couldn't get before, and there are also other things that you could be done on PC that I couldn't do before on console. I can stream so much easier. Follow me on Twitch, link in the description, shameless plug. I can record gameplay and edit things all at once at the same time on this PC, so I have no regrets on making the switch from console to PC. But that's just my experience. Let me know in the comments below what you think. Do you prefer your PC? Have you thought about switching to a PC but just don't know why? Well, let me know. Also, Nintendo, give me Smash on PC, man. I literally buy your consoles for one game.
I never fixed that. That's crazy.
Most unexpected.
They'll go where I say.
Is this back correct? Wow. Yes, it's perfect.
Do you want a YY like this?
What is he doing?
Well, I'll show you now. I'm on a PS4, and I use these. You can program them, and as you can see, put on turbo mode. I recommend practicing with them because getting used to them without practicing could take 2 to 3 days. I didn't want to, so I just snapped the other paddle off so it's more comfortable. Next up is PS5. There are 2 choices you can choose out of. It's either one that you don't have to install inside the controller, and one you just plug in your controller. The one you install is cheaper. It's going to cost you about $25, and the one you plug in is around $30. They have programmable keys and a turbo function. And the last one is the Xbox.
Recently, I made a video on this little attachment for your DualSense controller. So this thing actually attaches to your DualSense PS5 controller, and you could have 4 paddles that you could map to any buttons. It does a lot of other features, but this is an update video because this company reached out to me and they recently updated this device. The previous version didn't allow you to use the mic on the controller, which was kind of a letdown to some of the viewers. So I want to do a quick update video on this new device that I got that mic does work, and we're gonna put it to the test. And if this is your first time watching this video on this little attachment for your controller, I made a full dedicated video on how it's used, all the different functions for it, and I'm gonna pin it in the comments so you guys could check it out for the full functionality of it. This video, I just want to do a quick update and test the mic and see how it works. So this is the updated version, and this is the old version that I did the video on. And if we open them up, they're pretty much the same. Physically, there's no differences between them. So the update must have been something inside. So again, the way it works is you're gonna take the USB-C from here, and we're just gonna put it on top here. And align it like this, and now you have 4 back paddles to play with. Then we're going to take this cable that plugs into your PlayStation, and the USB-C goes right in here. And once that turns blue, your controller is now activated.
So be it.
And it gives you 4 back paddles to play with. To check if the mic is working on the controller, we're just gonna go here on the controller demo, and if we blow here, if we blow into the controller, it should detect the microphone. Now, since this is the older version, we would assume that the mic is not working. So as much as you wanna blow, it's not gonna work. Now I'm gonna disconnect it here. And we're gonna hook up the newer version, the updated one. And also I'm gonna leave the link in the description, so if you guys are interested in purchasing this one, you could check it out. So same way, we're gonna plug in the USB port, and it's gonna turn solid blue. I mean, it's working. As we can see, the joysticks are moving. So now we're gonna do this. So even when I'm speaking already, you see, the mic is picking up. So there you go. That's how you know that now your mic will work. And with this updated version, you're also going to be able to use your headsets through the controller by using the 3.5mm jack to plug in your headsets and use that for sound and microphone. So that's it for this video. I just wanted to do a quick update. If you guys looking for this product, again, make sure you guys check out the description. I'm going to leave the link, and I'm also going to pin the video for the full functionality and how to work it, how to map it, how to use the turbo mode, and all the different features that this little pack comes with. So thanks for watching, guys. Take care.
What the fuck is a Wi-Fi marker? I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Let's go. Hey, Dip.
Look up, they've gone airborne.
You picked the wrong rift.
But I see what Bryan Danielson is saying. And then we're going to go to the entrances, the favorite wrestling entrance music of all time and the entrances. But what I'm looking at here is that I think the number one thing, there's a 1A and 1B with this. Number one thing is he's going through an immense amount of neck pain. So he doesn't know how much time he has left on the greatest run that he has in WWE. Maybe the greatest run of his career, according to fans, leading up to one of the biggest moments of WrestleMania 30, the finish and all that stuff and the yes movement and everything leading up to it. The fact that the fans put him into the main event. And there's a weird part of me that looks at that and says, what would the crowd reaction be if it was just Randy Orton versus Batista at the main event without him there or even on the show? Would they have really hijacked that show, the fans of WrestleMania, and made it like just unwatchable in a way for that match, which they would have deemed to be like less than without Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson? What he's talking about here on the B part of the 1A, 1B is if it's such a special moment and it's so sentimental, I want the woman I'm going to marry to be in the ring with me. So the company is kind of making it not as much of a memorable moment for him in real life, his personal life. And I can see he feels like he's holding a little bit of animosity. Why couldn't you let that happen? Why did you have to not make it the biggest moment?
That's right, he's still married to Brie, isn't
I
he?
think the pain he was going.
I forget that. What is this dumb shit? I wish you could do that. Jesus fucking Christ.
Let's make them regret this.
If you took that engine from the Switch but ran it on a high-end PC, the shit you could do.
I like the odds. The boys are ready for a bloodletting. We supposed to be scared? These cowards would rather skulk in the shadows than fight face to face.
Brethren were around to see this happen, so they could watch your defeat and despair.
gonna work.
My boys here want me to tell you that this fort belongs to Sauron. I agree with them. Oh, now they want me to kill you. Can't keep them waiting! Weapons out!
Give me that. Oh, well. Still gotta fix this. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay, it's not time for that anymore, so I'm okay. Who just fucking murdered me? That's actually kind of creepy.
Yo, what's going on YouTube? It's Stacking, and in today's video, I got a different kind of video for you guys. I got the new controller, Scuffin' Vision Pro. I got YY macros, all type of good stuff. Make sure you guys like this video. If you guys want to see the controller settings, it's going to be at the end of the video for the people that love to watch the gameplay. I got a 43 kill game with the XM4 and this bad boy right here. So make sure you guys like this video, subscribe to the channel, and all the controller settings, Scuffin' Vision, YY macro, all that stuff will be at the end of the video. I'll even have it bookmarked down in the comments, so if you don't want to watch the gameplay, you want to skip to the settings, whatever, it'll be at the end of the video. Hopefully you guys enjoy the gameplay. Like I said already, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you guys want to see more things about the Scuffin' Vision, let me know what you guys want to see. Slide cancel macros, no dead slide macros, any of that stuff. Dive macros. I got a knife macro right here, pulls out the knife instantly. Make sure you guys get all the settings at the end of the video, and I'll see you guys on the gameplay and at the end. All right. Alright, man, we go on control again, like we do in every video.
The orcs will follow my commands. Let's give them a little surprise from above. I'll be done when you can't see any more wall. It's over. They just don't know it yet. Left, right, and center. Nope, they're done for. I'm coming for them. We got some turbulence. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Don't worry, your friends are coming with. They'll go where I say. My overdrive is ready. Enemy soldier incoming.
Batalhas isn't a kill that together. Sheila, give you shit.
I will defend the order.
Not everybody.
is fate.
I'm always ready.
How did I get? I don't remember having that many. Just not that long ago. Well,
Floor traps. Key to any good strategy. Ren would like this setup. You picked the wrong
why do you say Ren will like the setup like she said? Or maybe I'm just tripping. I might be tripping on that. That one.
Reloading.
Unlock it while I'm falling. Gotta be on a computer.
Are those little rats laughing?
I hope it hurt. And still come barefoot.
The path is revealed.
Never expect anything on the sea. Get ready, War Mages. It's time.
Watch out, they're coming in a new way.
I keep getting better, and the orcs, no, they don't.
Flyers, don't let them find. Unstable rift. We do not want that to bust open.
But I'm not gonna make it.
Is that the best you can do?
You don't sing too. What the fuck?
All right, let's do this. Never gets old.
Now your fate unfolds.
Let's do this. I've been waiting.
Looks like they brought friends.
Mark remaining operators from that squad. Down.
Had to be done.
Oh, I need a trap. I was just saying, I need something that's to put closer to the steering wheel. I'm gonna try that thing. What did I buy? That sunstone or whatever? We'll try that. Ooh, ooh.
Gotta reload. How many is that now?
Why can't I hear anything?
Seven Days to Die is like if Minecraft and DayZ had a baby and then it got dropped on its head. When this game came out, it had it all. Glitches, long load times, terrible optimization, bad hitboxes, generally unresponsive controls. This game got absolutely dunked on, and for good reason. But more than just dime a dozen glitchiness that you see in tons of games, there was just a jankiness to 7 Days to Die. Let me give you an example. Up until relatively recently, the game had what the community called load-bearing cobwebs, which were decorative cobwebs in the game that if you destroyed them, the entire wall and ceiling would collapse. This wasn't a bug, it was kinda just how the physics worked. And it wasn't just items holding something up, either. In Alpha 18 Navigaine, there's a building that has a chair that if you pick it up, the entire back porch will crumble down. This is the kind of random jank you could expect in this game. But I want to talk about some of the bigger picture problems here. One of my biggest problems with 7 Days to Die is the way the devs are committed to destroying variety and creativity. Some examples of this. You used to be able to have a base underground, but then they made it so zombies will dig to you because they consider it an exploit. You used to be able to use vehicles to outrun the horde, but now they send tons of radiated vultures after you. One time I tried shooting an animal right before the horde night to distract the zombies because that is a mechanic in the game, but nope, it's disabled during horde nights. This lack of variety isn't just horde nights either, it's kinda everything. At some point they introduced loot tiers, so you always find loot in more or less the same order. In the 1.0 release, they made it so you have to progress through biomes in a certain order, which, like, I wouldn't mind an actual in-game reason to go to different biomes, but instead they just arbitrarily do it through quests. They have nerfed the shit out of stealth because apparently they don't like that playstyle. And it's like, I like this game, I want to play more of it, but beyond the initial survival phase, every playthrough kinda just feels like a rerun. I'm super grateful for mods, but it's baffling to me the way the developers have restricted this game, and even more so how they don't see it that way.
So when you take out any cheesy exploit and all of a sudden you have to think and use your brain, hey, I'm having fun again. I'm engaged, you know, I'm not on autopilot destroying this game. You know, we close a few loopholes and let players reinvent how they survive, and to me that makes the game feel like a brand new game all over again.
I honestly have the total opposite experience of what he just said. I want to experiment in this game, but it's usually not rewarded. For those who have never played 7 Days to Die, you gotta understand, the zombies are fucking structural engineers who will strategically target the weakest parts of your base in order to get to you. Like, maybe the reason people build cheesy bases is because the zombie AI is cheesy as hell. Also, if people enjoy making cheesy AFK bases, then what's the problem with that? Why are the devs more concerned with whether a horde base is fair rather than if it's fun in what is usually a PvE game? These days there's basically a single meta in terms of horde bases, which is funneling the zombies. The fun police do not want you straying from the very particular way of playing that they have set out. One time a single person found what is admittedly a minor exploit, where you could build a base attached to the trader that was basically impervious to attack, and it got popular on the subreddit, and if my memory serves correctly, it was patched out in less than 24 hours. This guy, a YouTuber by the name of Cautious Pancake, made this base design, and then later found in the prefab editor a recreation of his design, which the devs had named Base Cheese. Presumably they recreated it so they could tweak the zombie AI and stop it from working. Like, what the fuck? How are you gonna tell me that you are getting rid of exploits in order to encourage creativity when any creativity is labeled as an exploit and is removed from the game? The devs honestly have such a weird antagonistic relationship with the community and clearly don't care about their opinions.
We always try to listen to the community as long as what they want aligns with our design sensibilities and our business goals.
It is so frustrating that the devs spend their time removing shit from the game when what I really want for this game is to have more. More biomes, more enemies, more traps, more interaction with the world. And to be fair, the devs are adding things. There's a reason that even though I don't like some of the changes, I don't just go back and play older versions. But it's always 2 steps forward and 1 step back. I don't need a full-blown immersive sim, but it would be sick if it was. Making your horde base is one of the biggest elements of this game, so just give me more ways to do that. Also, if this game is going to call itself a tower defense, then I need more from it. Like, where are the fire traps? Where's the synergy? Where are the monkeys with darts? In addition to removing elements, the devs also spend a lot of time remaking the crafting system and skill trees a billion times, and generally making pointless changes. The whole glass jar fiasco was a perfect example of this. So you used to use cans for water, and then you used jars, and then they got rid of glass jars because they thought it was too easy, which is a weird concern to have because this game takes place in rural America, not a desert island, so why would fresh water be hard to get? Anyway, so they made it so you have to build these water things, which were a total grind to get parts for, and truly one of the most unpopular decisions they've ever made. And everyone complained so much, so then they made them way easier to make, which makes the water easier to get, which made the whole entire change pointless. Again, this is just one example. Okay, so while I was editing this video, I discovered that they are making even more unfun changes that I wasn't even aware of. In the 2.0 update, they are making some positive changes, but they are also changing the way biomes work a fucking again, and it doesn't look good. So previously you got increasingly better loot whenever you went into difficult biomes, which was a nice incentive to explore, but they are now adding a hard cap to loot stage progress on biomes, so you will literally be forced to go into other biomes if you want to progress the game. On top of that, they have made a system where you can only go into other biomes if you have gotten permission. What do I mean by permission? Well, if you go into other biomes when you feel like it, you will immediately start taking damage. The only ways to get rid of this are craftable smoothies, or a badge that you can get by doing a specific mission at the trader. I hate to be so negative, but I just don't understand why. Why do the devs want such an iron grip on how people play this game? It's supposed to be a sandbox game, just let people do their own thing. The one good thing about this change is that there's a setting to turn it off, so that's something. Anyway, I couldn't believe that they made biomes even worse, but they did, and now I'm gonna carry on with the rest of the video. Honestly, there's a lot of things I'd like to see changed in 7 Days to Die, but this video is not meant to be like a comprehensive breakdown, so I'm just gonna give a list. Also, I didn't even touch on the fact that this game was in alpha for 11.5 years. That Drophead baby was a Drophead teeny bopper by the time this game fully came out. I want to end on a more positive note because, like I said, I actually do like this game, which is why I feel so strongly about all this. Honestly, being able to enter any building is a huge deal. Like, there are games with way bigger budgets and way bigger teams that don't even attempt this. Also, their map generation is so good that there's very little reason to play Navezgane. And to be honest, I feel like the jankiness is part of the charm. Especially nowadays when so many games are made in Unreal Engine 5 and look nice but are basically devoid of personality and likely fun. There are a few games that try to do as much as 7 Days, maybe Minecraft and Enshrouded, but 7 Days is definitely up there for sure. Like, for better or worse, sometimes worse, There really is no game like 7 Days to Die. Thanks for watching, like and subscribe please, bye!
Super Earth, our home. Prosperity. Liberty. Hi there. Democracy. Our way of life. Oh, hello. But freedom doesn't come free. No! Sweet liberty! No! Look familiar? Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy right now. You could be next. That is, unless you make the most important decision of your life. Prove to yourself that you have the strength and the courage to be free. Join the Helldivers. Become part of an elite peacekeeping force. See exotic new life forms. And spread managed democracy throughout the galaxy. Become a hero. Become
Sounds ridiculous. Without stepping foot. Why would you do this to me? You know this was my game. Is that a Space Marine? Skin?
Coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
Bucket, why sometimes your voice comes from robot, sometimes it comes from everywhere?
Oh, my logic core, which is me, lives in the ship's computers. I'm flying the ship right now. I just use this mobile repair unit to get around, interact with people. Help out in the
Alright,
field,
getting
on the ground.
paid to prove.
You are flying the ship
Yeah.
right now?
This is
Yes.
real.
Are
Why?
you
Well,
doing
this
anything
tool
else?
is used for facial
right,
transplants,
analyzing
literally
environment,
transferring
sample
your
data,
gut bacteria
ready
to
to
sick
give us an idea.
patients.
You
It cures
prepare menu?
90% of
Yes.
C. diff
That's
infections.
disgusting.
Potentially
I don't know.
Anyway.
I never thought about it.
God, I miss this game so much.
Footprints here! I see our quarry, but it does not see us.
Monster dome.
I'm ready!
Goliath, have a missile. They're delicious.
Rock incoming!
Fire breath, way back. Equipment failure.
Hunter down.
Okay, real damage now.
Dome coming down. Reinforcements inbound.
The robot is broken!
Hunter return to the dropship.
Back on active duty. Find us a big monster.
Freedom forever!
Dobby found it.
Momentary diversion.
Come on, Dobby.
God, what just happened?
Dome ready.
Aha! I have found the tracks again.
The monster has evolved.
Yeah, we'll find it. Let it feed. Help us out. Find the monster.
I'm never going to be unconvinced of this. The only thing Evolve was missing, it should have been a mix of...
Dobby found it. I suggest
Maybe,
we
I don't know, maybe the
investigate
technology
what
couldn't
Scav
have
is
allowed it for it either, because there wasn't enough power on those consoles, but it should have been a mix of a survival game like this, where not only are you looking at the monster, like, you and the monster are both having to deal with, like, other enemies on top of fighting each other. That way there was stuff to do.
Apparently they're not. Never mind.
Hunter down.
Whatever you were, you're a hunter now.
Arcline down. Fight beast here.
Enjoy that.
Armor gone.
Dome coming down.
Kobe.
What is this, sand or snow? Jesus Christ, I can't see shit.
The relay is vulnerable. Get in range.
Here they are. We are not lost.
Relay shield activated. Relay shield at maximum strength.
Maybe I just stick them because I can't see shit. What is that? Oh my god.
Monster dome.
Good to have a medic. Thanks.
How about missile?
Like, can we turn the fucking light on?
Hunter down.
I'm ready. I'm down. Fire breath. Watch it.
Hunter return to the dropship.
No.
Ah!
This will surprise.
How did he not see me? How did he not see me though?
Find us a big monster. Kobe's got it. Told you. Goliath! Goliath! Got something for you!
Mine's ready.
Oh, I'm down!
Hunter
Where's
down.
my stuff at?
I'm down!
Oh my god. Ah!
Hunter down. Hunter return to the dropship.
Dodging rocks! Okay. Help!
That's the last of your armor, monster.
Hunter return to the dropship.
Stay smart, stay alive. Just keep that in mind.
It's too dark. I gotta go to a different mission. I can't
Relay
see
shield at
nothing.
maximum strength.
Here, Bert.
I'm constantly getting surrounded. I haven't played in a while. I'm getting irritated.
Dome ready.
This is not Goliath's planet, trouble. This is Markov's planet.
The fate of this planet hangs in the balance. You must tip the scales.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Monster trap.
Markov shield, no fire.
the dropship.
Finally! One of us dies! Dodging rocks, okay!
Dome coming down.
Oh my god, ah.
Come on, Gobi.
Don't get cooked.
What the fuck did that happen?
Activated.
What was he doing?
You know what to do. Yeah, Gobi found it. Come on, Glenn! You and me!
Dome ready. Hunter return to the dropship.
I'm wounded.
Hunter down. Reinforcements inbound.
It is just you.
Hunter return to the dropship. Relay shield at maximum strength.
Goliath, I will end you.
You know what it looks like? Good. Go. Goliath, got something for you.
God.
Hunter return to the dropship. Dome ready. Monster dome.
Okay, this guy is on one. I don't know what the fuck he's. I don't know what was going on there. This is not ready to play yet. Don't feel it.
Hunters win.
Bucket.
zombies great? All they do is eat.
Man, I remember playing.
The jackal is always
I remember playing this when that demo came out.
Almost forgot. The jackal will find your monster.
Yeah, you got the gear for it. And Cabin cleared you, I guess he knows what he's doing. But you're about a half a mouthful for a Goliath. You get caught, it'll swallow you whole.
The jackal does not. Whole? Wait, really? Like one gulp?
Well, maybe you try out your superhero voice on it. It'll be too scared to eat.
Did they change? This is not how I remember this game started. So I remember playing that summer. What was that? 2014.
Check those birds.
Monster dome.
I'm supposed to be heading somewhere. Maybe it did start like this. I just don't remember.
Stay! Good monster!
Hunter down.
Ah, much better. You want some, don't you? Well, I'm giving it to you. Anything is possible. Gotta recharge shield. Shield fully charged. Your armor is gone. We are your death.
Dome coming down.
Targets on every side.
How did I? What are these?
Wow! That again!
Give me more targets. I'll hit them every time.
What's the run button?
Lost my shield. Readying grenades.
I'm a sniper now! Cool!
Take it out. Your armor is gone.
Am I really out of weapons already?
I'm unfucking stoppable.
Dome ready.
Smoke is active. Big gun's still charging. Clock's out. Fucking
Hunters win.
Now here we go. Yeah, I may have overestimated my force 6-0. So what? All right, can the demo reel. I've seen enough.
Parnell, what's up with Val?
What do you mean?
I mean, she's hiding something. I can tell.
Oh, that? Yeah, she's a spy. Works for Sig 9.
A what? What the hell are you talking about?
Counterintelligence Group 9. Said they sent her out here to find out why Shear is so valuable to the Corps.
Jesus Christ, I was right. How'd you know?
She told us. First thing, wanted us to trust her, I guess.
Holy shit. I was hoping I was wrong.
Who knows? She's been straight with us so far. You can probably count on her.
For now, you mean?
Yeah, for now.
Take it down! I'm on track. Let's go.
Monster dome.
We're not colonists, you son of a bitch! We're the hunters! Oh yeah, that's some good shit. Kneel down! Try this! Oh yeah! Kill on there! You grabbed the wrong hunter! Switching to shields! Move! Shield juice is running out! On the guard gun! Try this on! Thanks. Hey, it's bleeding blood now! All out of armor! I know it takes a long time for this thing. Hang on. Time for pain. Rena's coming down! It's free!
Dome coming down.
Come on! Bam!
Healing field charged. I'm on track. Let's go.
Healing field's ready.
Got the trap on it. Hey, in your face, asshole!
I have done it before, you know.
No, you don't like that, do you?
No more shields! I love this job!
Over here, Rumley.
Didn't like the looks of that one.
Dome ready. Healing field ready. Monster trapped.
Run all this! Running low! Thanks!
You'll never be able to convince me it's not one of the best.
Jab! Jab! Now boom! Ray Super, go! Uh-oh!
Hey, it's bleeding blood now! All out of armor! It hit my eyebrow!
Hunter down.
Suck it!
Not done yet, Hank.
Yeah, this is what you want! Come on!
Healing field is recharged.
That's Abe's special little fuck you!
Dome ready. Monster dome. Hunter down. Dome coming down. Healing field is recharged.
Like, this game would have been perfect if you had more options. Maybe you defeat the other player. Maybe you just focused on finishing your goal. That's a lot of... If you want these games to be big, yeah, the most hardcore players want PvP. A lot of people would actually flock these games more
I got birds. Anyone?
for options. Like, maybe it's PvP in that the other player is trying to stop you from reaching your goal. That's better for...
Monster dome.
Okay, I got the deal. Thanks. No more shield. Time for killing. That's all I got. Where the heck did that come from? It's stuck. Fire! Try this. Boom! Shield fully charged.
Second gun ready.
Almost got a shield. Kill it before it grows again.
No more armor. We are making progress.
Feeling great. There you go. Thanks.
Hunter returned to the dropship.
Oh yeah. Suck on this. Ready for the fight.
Charge ready.
The fizzler manifold now requires F of V.
Bird!
Turn on your
Working for the good guys.
Oh, I added a bunch of zoom filters to your camera, so after the prerequisite give it a try. Anything interesting?
I'm looking. This is some kind of surveillance room. Come on, let's take a look.
Reinforcements inbound.
Symptom free. That's the big improvement. Otherwise, no change.
Dome ready.
I'm here, quit your bitching.
What the fine? This is the type of project.
Look, way the fuck over there.
Now the progress we see is if you can't meet the deadline, Doctor, you'll be
For observation.
Mega mouth.
Frank, we're gonna stop these assholes right now.
Come on, motherfucker, we're ready. Get out. Get paid. That's what we did best. Heisenberg's scared of something. I hate this planet. No more hiding for you. There it is! Way over there! Never seen a zombie. I got it! Let's kill this fucker!
Yeah, and the only way forward is through this chamber. Interesting.
Got a mega mouth here. Hold still.
Working for the good guys!
Healing field is recharged.
The monster has evolved. Relay shield at maximum strength. Monster trapped.
Activated!
The relay is vulnerable. Get in range.
Suck it! Ha ha! Yeah, how'd you like that? You want this? Lost my shield! Ooh, how do you like that? Knock it down! Light it up! Keep that up. Don't be stingy. All right, no swearing. Thanks. Try this on! Tug on this! Come on! Rage Trooper, go!
Hunter return to the dropship.
Guards ready! Try hiding now!
Hey, we shot all its armor. Yay, team!
Relay shield activated.
Oh, that is wonderful.
Yeah, how you like that? Go, go, go! Try this on! That's got it! Bam! In your face, asshole! Boom! Hero mode! Shield gone!
Healing field is online.
Suck on this! Got it! Rock it out! This
Hunter
sucks.
down.
Shield gone!
That was.
Hunters
Yeah.
win.
Can we go now? Let's go.
There's someone crying.
Vic, we have what we need. Let's go now. Vic, stop. What are you doing? Well, that's creepy. What a shot. Oh, yeah, that's really good. They gotta be testing some kind of bioweaponized version of biosensor.
Security staff on site report to the tunnels immediately. Lethal force has been authorized.
Holy shit. I gotta get out of here. Shit. I'm not gonna last 5 seconds in there. Maybe there's something out here I can use. I think I can make sense of this.
Am I supposed to go somewhere?
Oh man, I am too middle-aged for this shit. Holy crap!
You know that moment when you're in the desert and you get
Why
attacked
do they
by
insist
every
they choose
vulture
which one
that's
you
ever
pick first?
lived, but then sometimes you can go unbothered for days at a time? Have you ever wondered why? The answer lies in your health bar. In today's video, we're going to be going over some of the biggest but easiest to fix mistakes you may be making in 7 Days to Die, starting with the first mistake, not healing in the desert. You see, vultures that naturally spawn in the sky will only bother you if you've taken damage. If you're at full health, you can completely ignore them. This also applies to the vultures you less commonly find in the burned forest and wasteland, or indeed with vulture hordes. Now don't panic. Vulture hordes aren't as bad as they sound. Sometimes, very rarely, it's only happened to me a couple of times in a few thousand hours, 5 or 6 vultures will spawn in the sky, and this can happen in the forest biome as early as day 1, in the place of your regular daily wandering horde. But these will also leave you alone until you take damage. Now this doesn't apply to all vultures, it doesn't apply to ones on horde nights, and it doesn't apply to the ones you find on the roofs of POIs, but if you're wandering around in the desert, or any other biome for that matter, wondering why you're being pecked to death, it's because you haven't healed. So heal up, and they will not even look at you. The next mistake is not making full use of the drone. The drone is an endgame 7 Days to Die item that so many of the people watching this video probably have never even gotten yet. But if you haven't, this information may at least make you add it to your to-do list. The drone has a base storage of 16 slots, but it can also have robotic drone cargo mods. This takes up to 24 slots, but what a lot of people don't actually know, because it was bugged when the feature was first added, is that you can actually fill every mod slot on the drone with a cargo mod. So on a level 6 you can have 4 cargo mods on one drone. This gives your drone a maximum of 48 inventory slots. That's 3 more than the gyrocopter itself. So whether you've got a robotic drone and didn't already know you could stack them, or now you just know what you want to work towards, make sure making full use of those cargo mods to carry all your loot. The next mistake you might be making is missing out on easy acid. Acid is generally looted from sinks and chemical loot and endgame loot, but there is a way to get it more reliably. All you need is a wrench and a book. Specifically, Wasteland Treasures Volume 3. Now there's no great advice for finding this specific book, other than checking traders and looting book containers. But once you do find it randomly in the loot somewhere, you can get a huge increase to the amount of acid you gather. It lets you gather acid from cars, medical equipment, and these green barrels. You'll have a 15% chance to get it from a car, an 8% chance to get it from a medical equipment, but more usefully I would say is a 25% chance from the singular green barrel, or a 50% chance to get it from the 4-barrel block item thing. Once you've noticed this, you will start to find these barrels everywhere, and if you make sure to wrench them when you find them, you'll have a lot of extra acid or whatever you need it for. So get that book and keep your eyes open for those 4 block types. The next mistake is walking around longer than the first few days. If it's day 7 and you're still getting around on foot, you've made a severe mistake somewhere.
This episode is brought to you by Espolón Tequila. Slow, sticky, snoozy. They call these the dog days of summer. But Espolón? They don't do boring. Welcome to the Marg Days. Espolón Tequila. 100% blue Weber agave, born to shake up your summer. Just add lime, agave, and a little attitude. Visit espolontequila.com. Espolón Tequila, 40% alcohol, volume 80 proof. Copyright 2025 Campari America, New York, New York. Drink responsibly.
Welcome to the Kind of Funny Games cast for July 29th, 2025. I am Andy Cortez, and I'm joined by the grass-grabbing Greg Miller.
I don't know what the fuck that means. Because you chop the grass down. Then you're picking up plant fibers.
You're grabbing the grass.
But not just, I mean,
grabbing grass.
Dry chunks, maybe.
Well,
this guy's never played. This guy's never played.
You gotta get the grass, yeah.
That's a plank, though. Again, I'm not just grabbing grass.
And
I don't want people can't come into this review and think you walk into Grounded 2 and you just grab grass.
And
Andy, start playing with us.
And the Scorpion Spear and Snow Bike Mike.
I do be Spear and Scorpion.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
I wanted to get him the way cooler.
Last night he wanted the bow and arrow, though. You know, yesterday he was bow and arrow, and I was the one out there using my spare.
I'm going to tell you all about it. I'm going to tell you about it.
I can't wait to hear all about it. We are going to be listening to Mike and Greg talk all about Grounded 2 today. It's the review. The embargo is up. This is the Kind of Funny Games cast. Each and every weekday, we get together to talk about the biggest reviews, previews, and topics in video games live on YouTube, Twitch, and podcast services around the globe. If you love what we do, support us with the Kind of Funny membership on Patreon, YouTube, Spotify, or Apple Podcasts to get all of our shows ad-free, watch us record them live, and get a daily exclusive show. For a chance to be a part of the show, submit your thoughts and opinions as YouTube super chats as we go. What's up, Greg?
I love you. You know that.
Too.
You've known that for a long
Love
time.
you too, big dog.
I love that you're hosting more and more around here.
Yeah.
But of course, I want to. Now we're just having an employee meeting, right?
Okay.
I want to make sure you're getting what you want out of hosting. Do you like reading it verbatim? Should I bullet point it more? Like, what do you want? Because I think these shows are jazz. Yeah, so I don't need you to I don't ever want you to feel like you have to be on a script. If you like being on a script, no big deal.
You don't got to be on one.
But you don't
that
have
was a good little flute you did there.
You saw I went sideways.
I didn't know you did flute.
Yeah. We're here to get you. We're here to
back
get
like that.
Round of applause in the chat for Andy.
I don't mind a verbatim. I like a verbatim, and then I'll kind of scoot off here and there, and then I'll play flute like Mike was playing earlier.
When you scoot. I like when you scoot a little bit.
We scoot a little bit. We're an 11-person business, all about live talk shows. I said that perfectly. After this is Kind of Funny Games Daily. I don't know what the topic is yet because Blessing's building it.
He's cooking it.
Yeah, we're doing. Why are we doing them out of order?
Yeah, a lot of people are asking, is this pre-recorded? Is this live? This is live. Good morning here
Hello.
on
Super
a
chats,
lovely
get 'em in.
Tuesday. We are doing this early because I am leaving for the Battlefield 6 multiplayer event this week. I'll be at the reveal. I'll be giving you all the big news you need to know about.
That's exciting.
So, obviously, you didn't even give anything
It felt
right
like
there.
Just queefed over here.
It was like when you're holding back the fart.
So you will see that throughout the week. I'll be keeping you updated and having some fun with the team, probably calling in on certain things. But we are doing this event now because I have to head out to an airplane ride. It's going to be fun.
You got to skedaddle.
I'm going to skedaddle.
That's why you have multiple shoes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you didn't know. So here's the deal. I got multiple shoes, Greg Miller and Andy Cortez, okay?
This makes so much more sense.
It does.
When he was like, well, you're going to see him on stream?
Yeah. I don't know if I want to wear the Timbs or I want to wear that. And I was like, okay, well, people don't really see your shoes. And he's like, oh, they always see your shoes.
You got two options right now.
Yeah.
I have currently my running shoes on, my comfortable, easy tennies, right?
Feels so great at the airport.
They feel so good. And then I have a brand new pair of Nike Blazers, all fresh white, clean, no creases, or my Timberlands. Now, here's the two catches here. Timberlands, give you 2 inches. I look great in them, okay?
Yeah.
Some call me the Adam Sandler of the games industry. I don't know if that's an insult or a positive. We won't worry about that now. Flip side, they smell a little bit. Not like stanky smell, but like one of those of like, you're like, oh shit, am I going to put this in the bag with all my clean clothes? So now I have this conundrum of, am I getting plastic bags for my tennis shoes to wrap those up, put them in your bag, or am I putting the clean shoes in the clean clothes bag?
Okay, here's the thing.
What do you do?
Big Dog, I think you look great all the time. I don't think you need
You're too good to me.
I don't think you need the Tims, but just for your, like, just for health and me watching out for a friend.
Yeah.
You don't want to be, like, those shoes are going to make you feel very uncomfortable throughout this trip.
True.
And that's like, comfort's got to be the number one priority.
You know that. Because if I want to be clicking
airport,
heads, if I want to be ripping them to shreds, I got to be comfortable.
You got to be
I got to be comfortable.
You got to put on your best performance.
I always do. I mean, last time I was at the Kronos event, they were clapping for me.
Really?
They weren't clapping for Roger. Roger was out here eating Twinkies.
Was he really?
Yeah, that's accurate. But Roger finished the demo fast and Mike did it. So then they all watched Mike, but then it was like Mike got to the final boss. This is a great games cast from yesterday.
Okay.
Got to the final boss of the demo or whatever, but had no bullets. So he had to do the rope-a-dope move where, you know, like he runs around the room and then punches him twice, but before the guy can swing, he runs away. So it was like 15 minutes of Mike just cheap-shotting this guy and running around.
Just great strategy. Great strategy right there. If you're a Kind of Funny member, today's Greg Way is 15 minutes of Greg being on trial. The charge, being a console contrarian.
They'll never get me. They'll never book me.
I mean, it's not only the console contrarian stuff.
Here we go.
Yesterday, we pre-recorded Fantastic Four in review, the 2005 movie with Chris Evans looking beautiful, super shredded,
so
gorgeous.
handsome.
Jessica Alba just doing her best out there.
Michael Chiklis, hot as hell.
Michael Chiklis, hot as hell. But the place that this movie landed in the rankings, I'm just prepping you all for whenever the episode drops tomorrow.
It is an all-timer episode. And it goes on Thursday, I think. An all-timer episode of In Review that is awesome start to finish. There's a section in the middle where it's just me and Tim on set. We love that quite a bit. And yeah, then it's got one of the best, legitimately stunned reactions I've ever seen from a panel of people to end the show.
Thank you to our Patreon producers,
Sorry,
Carl
Chris
Jacobs, Omega Buster, and Delaney the Psalm Twining. Today we're brought to you by Mood, Factor, and the Kind of Funny survey. But we'll tell you all about that later. For now, let's start with topic of the show. It's our Grounded 2 review. Let me read the quick little description from Steam. Shrunk again, but the world is much larger. In this open world single player or co-op survival adventure, craft weapons and armor, build your base, and traverse the playground on your buggy. But something else is out there, and it hasn't forgotten you. This is the sequel to 2022's Grounded, and Grounded had an open critic score of 82 and a Metacritic of 83. 2022, crazy thing about it. It was that long ago.
Yeah, right.
That long ago.
I mean, that
but
also feels like 7
that-
months ago.
Yeah, exactly.
But it was 3 years ago. It's very, very unfortunate. Let's talk about Grounded 2, everybody. I want to know a quick little overview of your all's thoughts.
Oh, great.
And I can get into a review a bit later that you wanted me to read somebody's review later
I put
on.
in there that's my note. That's my note. Don't worry about it. I'll read it there. I just wanted it somewhere.
Let's get some quick sort of just top view thoughts from Snowbike Mike.
I'm happy to be back. Like, that's the Snowbike Mike review /preview
not
right
even
now.
just here on the show. You mean back in Grounded.
I am happy to be back in Grounded.
Nice.
The Backyard Now Park is just a quaint, special place to go back to when you talk about survival crafting games. And the team over at Obsidian have clearly built off of what they built in Grounded 1 to now move into Grounded 2, right? I wasn't sure the idea of going to a Grounded 2. I actually was surprised when I hosted their PAX East panel back in Boston. They said, oh, we're actually kind of ending support for Grounded 1. We might be moving on. And I was like, oh, that's so weird. I thought this would last forever. You'd keep going. But when you jump into Grounded 2 for the first time, you quickly understand, oh, that was the right move. They have taken everything that they've learned from Grounded 1 and they've moved it into Grounded 2. It's the same cast of characters, so you still have Hoops in the squad. I love playing as Hoops. I know you love Willow.
I'm a Willow.
Max is there, but these characters have grown with you. They've been here before. They know the situation, and it's fun to get their dialogue and find the new story. And I know I don't want to suck up most of the time, but This has been a
Tough,
blast
you're
to
doing
jump
great.
into. I'm so happy that Grounded is back, and I'm looking forward to talking more with Greg here.
And just as a reminder before we get to Greg's thoughts, this is co-developed by Obsidian and Eidos Montreal, published by Xbox Game Studios. Greg Miller,
hi.
What are your top-level thoughts on Grounded 2? Or also, before I get to you, Mike, how much time did you put into it?
I put about 7 hours, 5 on PC where I was really striving and thriving, and then I put in another 2 with Greg over on Xbox to join him for the kind of shared world experience.
Greg, before you give us your thoughts, I see this little ROG ally.
Come on, right there. You mean the Ally X, my best friend?
Is it the X?
Yeah.
How many hours in total? Where'd you split your time with?
Unless Mike knows a secret way, I don't know how. The game isn't tracking me anywhere on hours.
No,
when
I'm
you go
just-
into your save,
yeah.
it's talking about how much time you've spent in the world in game wise. So it's like 16 days, which you know what I mean. And then like because I think it's early access and the build we're using, like your Xbox overlay doesn't tell you either. So I would guesstimate, based on the fact that I played it multiple afternoons at my desk for quite some time, I would say between 10 and 15.
Okay.
I would do the 15 is I think on the high end, but one of the reviews I tossed in because I think it sums up so much of how I feel about the game. Put their time at 15, and they're at very similar places that I'm at. So somewhere into that level about it, yeah.
How many on the ally? And
Man,
how did it run?
It runs. I mean, I dialed it down. You know what I mean? But you can take a look there because you got the eyes better than me. I mean, is it like it's running on my Series X, where the game is, of course, gorgeous and looks really great? No, but it was totally usable and fine. I did when Poe and Jack went on a boat tour. I sat at a coffee shop down and played for like 3 hours, just loving it. Had this Brazilian coffee, this little Brazilian sandwich, the egg sandwich they did down there, right by Geardeley Square. I don't remember the name, but I sat there and just played forever on it. And again, totally fine. Served what I needed and did what I want. And I love my Ally X, obviously, as you all know. But what do I think of Grounded 2? Grounded 2 for me is so much like Grounded 1, which is I want so badly to like this game, and it just doesn't click. And I want so badly to love this game. I like it fine. I would, if you guys were like, let's play Grounded tonight, I'd be like, okay, cool. Or we're doing a stream. You want to play? Of course. Yeah. I think there's a lot in here as, you know, as I mature, Andy. You see me,
of course,
through all my
See me grow up
immaturity.
before my eyes.
Exactly. I even when this one dropped, it's like, okay, cool. Grounded 1 launched in early access as well. Mike and I were there day 1, night 1. I remember playing with you, and the second night, and maybe even a third night. And I was very much like, oh, this is early. There's not enough story. There's really not enough to do. I'm going to bounce out, and I never came back.
Was it also one of those Xbox preview games where you have to use the preview app or whatever?
I don't think when we jumped into
no,
it.
they game preview when it was fully out. It was called
Okay.
game preview, but
Gotcha.
yeah, no, not the special app that you would use.
And so you jump ahead to never coming back to it because I'm not a survival guy. Back to the you know, you see me mature thing and whatever. I'm trying to expand my palette.
And they said, oh, we're actually kind of ending support for Grounded 1. We might be moving on. And I was like, oh, that's so weird. I thought this would last
Go forever.
You'd keep going. But when you jump into Grounded 2 for the first time, you quickly understand, oh, that was the right move. They have taken everything that they've learned from Grounded 1 and they've moved it into Grounded 2. It's the same cast of characters, so you still have Hoops in the squad. I love playing as Hoops. I know you love Willow.
I'm a Willow.
Max is there, but these characters have grown with you. They've been here before. They know the situation, and it is fun to get their dialogue and find the new story. And I know I don't want to suck up most of the time, but this has been a blast to jump into. I'm so happy that Grounded is back, and I'm looking forward to talking more with Greg here.
And just as a reminder before we get to Greg's thoughts, this is co-developed by Obsidian and Eidos Montreal, published by Xbox Game Studios. Greg Miller, what are your top-level thoughts on Grounded 2? Or also, before I get to you, Mike, how much time did you put into it?
I put about 7 hours, 5 on PC where I was really
Stop
striving
switching
and
it to
thriving,
public.
and then I put in another 2 with Greg over on Xbox to join him for the kind of shared world experience.
Greg, before you give us your thoughts, I see this little ROG ally.
Come on, right there. You mean the Ally X, my best friend?
Is it the X?
Yeah.
How many hours in total? Where'd you split your time with?
Unless Mike knows a secret way, I don't know. The game isn't tracking me anywhere on hours.
No,
when
I'm
you go
just-
into your save, it's talking about how much time you've spent in the world in game wise. So it's like 16 days, which you know what I mean. And then like because I think it's early access and the build we're using, like your Xbox overlay doesn't tell you either. So I would guesstimate, based on the fact that I played it multiple afternoons at my desk for quite some time, I would say between 10 and 15.
Okay.
I would do the 15 is I think on the high end, but one of the reviews I tossed in because I think it sums up so much of how I feel about the game. Put their time at 15, and they're at very similar places that I'm at. So somewhere into that level about it. Yeah.
How many on the ally? Think? And
Man,
how did it run?
It runs. I mean, I dialed it down. You know
Okay.
what I mean? But you can take a look there because you got the eyes better than me. I mean, is it like it's running on my Series X, where the game is, of course, gorgeous and looks really great? No, but it was totally usable and fine. I did when Poe and Jack went on a boat tour. I sat in a coffee shop down and played for like 3 hours, just loving it. Had this Brazilian coffee, this little Brazilian sandwich, a little egg sandwich they did down there, right by Ghirardelli Square. I don't remember the name, but I sat there and just played forever on it. And again, totally fine. Served what I needed and did what I want. And I love my Ally X, obviously, as you all know. But what do I think of Grounded 2? Grounded 2 for me is so much like Grounded 1, which is I want so badly to like this game, and it just doesn't click. And I want so badly to love this game. I like it fine. I would, if you guys were like, let's play Grounded tonight, I'd be like, okay, cool. Or we're doing a stream. Do you want to play? Of course. Yeah. I think there's a lot in here as, you know, as I mature, Andy. You've seen me,
of course,
through all my
Seen me grow up
immaturity.
before my eyes.
Exactly. I even when this one dropped, it's like, okay, cool. Grounded 1 launched in early access as well. Mike and I were there day 1, night 1. I remember playing with you. And the second night, and maybe even a third night. And I was very much like, oh, this is early. There's not enough story. There's really not enough to do. I'm going to bounce out. And I never came back.
Was it also one of those Xbox preview games where you have to use the preview app or whatever?
I don't think when we jumped into
no,
it.
they game preview when it was fully out. It was called
Okay.
game preview, but
Gotcha.
yeah, no, not the special app that you would use.
And so you jump ahead to never coming back to it because I'm not a survival guy. Back to the you know, you see me mature thing and whatever. I'm trying to expand my palette. I want to make sure I'm still checking in on genres that traditionally aren't mine because, as you know, you and I have talked off camera, right? Like I just started a No Man's Sky playthrough again because I usually start up a No Man's Sky every few years, put between 10 to 20 hours in, and then walk away. And then when I want to play it again for whatever new update, I just start again. I'm not the traditional survival guy. My problem with Grounded 1 was that it had this cool world, but I didn't feel like it had a cool story. When I went to the Xbox event down in LA for SGF, you know, they book you all these behind closed doors demos and they don't tell you what it is because the games aren't announced. So when everything got announced and they finally gave me my final schedule and it said Grounded 2, there was okay. I went in there with Obsidian. I got the, you know, whole run of show of what this game is and why it's different, all these different things. Sat down and played the demo and enjoyed my time enough that I was like, you know what? When review code comes, when we get the chance, I want to jump in this and give this the college try. And so being on the other side of the college try, the 10 to 15, I'm not going to be playing this beyond this. And again, I think it's very interesting. I prefer, I don't know how Mike's going to feel about it. It's early access. All these different, I'd like to not give a score on this and just talk about it because number one, I feel like I'm outside of my genre bubble. So this isn't something that I'm well versed in. Like I don't think I'm the survival guy. And number two, I think it's more of an interesting discussion for me than saying if it's good, bad, or the other, just to talk about how it makes me feel. And I think that's the big thing about it because again, I want to like this game, but I found myself doing what's here. There is a story this time around at launch, right? The voice acting
not last time?
There's a very little story.
When they launched last time, yeah.
We were able to knock it out in a day. Like where we needed to progress and then it stopped. So
Gotcha.
yeah, that's why he got off really quick.
And so yeah, they put that in here and it's good, but again, I feel like
Oh shit, that's out today.
too few carrots at the end of the stick to really motivate me to keep going. And more
That's out today,
importantly,
isn't
I
it?
felt like
Where's my phone at?
every time I went off to get the carrot at the end of the stick, I was talking to Mike yesterday. I was like, it's like you're climbing a hill and halfway down the game steps up and kicks you in the fucking face and you tumble back down. And this many hours in, I would have hoped that I would be through the curve of, okay, I've had the moment where I'm getting my ass handed to me by everything, but now 10 to 15 hours in, I've got the better weapon, I've got the best thing, I can hold my own, but it still is the run off and get slaughtered for me and feel like, what was this all for? What was this all worth it?
So you think you're getting to a spot, progression-wise, where, okay, I think I might have good enough gear to kind of feel like I'm worth a damn in this game, and then what? The enemies are just too tough, or
yeah, mosquitoes are still gonna
work?
swoop in and get me and kill me. There's gonna be a spider over there that's whatever, just too powerful.
It's
the
really
wolf spiders are
out
fucking
there.
chasing me.
Yeah, the park is very dangerous.
You need to be careful, everybody.
You'll have your little home set up and you'll be kind of safe in your bubble, but when you adventure out of that bubble, Grounded 2 is very difficult. I don't want to call it very difficult, but like it is punishing out there. And you will be hunted, you will be stalked, and at every other moment, you will hear the battle music come on, and you'll go,
Threat
oh,
detective.
shit,
Threat
like,
detective.
I'm not ready for that. Or like, I'm just trying to harvest this clay right now. Let's chill, everybody. And like, there's always a threat out there. There's always something that wants to come after you. And it's going to be, I mean, you know that dance, Andy, so well coming off of Dune right now, right? It's like, there's a dance of progressing the story and trying to see what's next. And also, hey, I really have to sit and I need to build and I need to craft and I need to take a lot of extra time that might be kind of slow or boring and find that joy in going, hey, I got to go get clay. Now I got to go get thistle needle. I got to go get the weed. I got to get dry grass. Like, there's this blend there where it's like you kind of got to go both ways here and then sometimes really park the bus. And Grounded 2 really, I think, makes you park the bus if you're not playing co-op. I was so surprised that Greg came out so positive on Grounded 2 from the preview, which I expected, but he was interested and excited to play. And I was like, man, that's not really your cup of tea, Greg. This is wild. But I knew, like, I think this is more for a co-op experience. When you're out there solo, it felt like a lot of cheesing, Andy, of like, I'm getting attacked by 2 scorpions, 2 spiders. If I didn't climb up on a piece of grass that they couldn't attack and bow and arrow them to death, I would have no shot as a solo player without really putting in the extra hours to build out a loadout that might have gotten me close enough to fight by myself on the ground.
Are there any accessibility settings or anything to make the experience a little less of a headache for somebody who super isn't into survival games or somebody who wants to experience the game without the systems constantly bearing down on them?
So right now, no. There's difficulty. You can go in and I think it must be mild, medium, hard, I would assume, or maybe it's just medium and mild, I forget. And there is a custom game settings, but right now when you go over it, it's like not available yet. So I think, again, this is early access. This game's going to be updated and go for it. And I really do, again, I know I'm sounding negative. I want to make sure you understand that I'm not the survival guy. This was me stretching and trying something different, right? So this is just going to be my impressions as a non-survival game player. But I would imagine when those come in, I'd be interested to go back and kick the tires.
Slide that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have the thirst and the hunger bar rattling at you, and you'll always have to be mindful.
Which I didn't mind. Like I'm gonna stop you a few times because I want to make sure to the audience that I know already. I see people getting pissed off at me. Like, I'm not mad at the survival tendencies. I don't mind eating and drinking. I turn that shit on in Starfield and other games too, not good games. Not just
I just want to make sure the audience knows, like, yeah, there are the options.
You only
right? You
can only put
hey,
these
I
on the
want
floor.
this easy mode, no thirst and hunger here. Hey, let's make it more difficult so the enemies are tougher. But there's been a larger focus in combat in Grounded 2, Andy, as opposed to Grounded 1, right? Like, we built off of Grounded 1 with this great survival crafting game, this really fun narrative weaved in there, and it had combat at some of its core, but it wasn't like, hey, this is the core. It was the whole survival crafting world. Now, this time around, they've really focused on that, right? You can now be a stealth assassin, you can be the bow and arrow person, you could be a mage, and they've built that with like small loadouts that you can now click on with different passive abilities. You can make charms, which will be like, hey, your bow, when you charge it up, does 10% more damage, right? And so you can kind of spec yourself out to be like, hey, I want to do this and that. And I think that's what leads to more of like, you should play this with friends, because when you do fight the scorpion, there's going to be 3 of you running around. Hey, you take aggro. Okay, I'm going to back up and heal. When it's just you, that scorpion is on top of you all the time.
And I think, again, that was an interesting thing of when they sent out codes, PR was very much like, we're sending you 4 codes, or we enabled 4 of you. Like, it works best together. Like, they drive that home and stress it, but obviously a single-player perspective is still interesting and needed, right?
Yeah.
And so that was back to where I was with this game of like, even though it would be like, you have to go here and do this thing, I would go there and there's this, a big part of Grounded that they're going to sell you on, as they should, is buggies, which of course is bugs you can ride. This, for early access, you can ride a red soldier ant and you can ride an orb weaver spider. They'll add
not
more
only
over
mobility,
time.
but also combat.
Exactly, yeah. They can fight, they can move, they can chomp things down too to collect. So that, and they have a nice collection ring when you do it and stuff. Riding the ant, who is the first one you get, is awesome. And I should say I didn't get the spider, so I can only speak to the ant. Is awesome. You see, you're picking up the grass planks there. Like, this is an amazing addition. I think, especially for a map this big that you want to traverse, this is the way to go. But the problem is, like, first off, without it, you're constantly being threatened, chased, hunted, even when you're after one little thing or whatever. to a point that I just don't think is fun because it ends with me going, oh fuck, I gotta run. So and it's not that I can't beat this enemy in combat, so I'm just gonna run, which means then I'm getting tired, which I'm cutting through grass trying to get them to clip on the grass so I can get away. I digress. To get the ant, right, is this mission where you have to go into an ant hill and you have to get a red soldier ant egg. 5 missions before, in the very opening, you went to a different anthill where eggs are just everywhere. You got an egg, great. I came back with like 7 eggs, and so when this happened, I was like, oh, I'm already ready to go. And then I was like, oh, this isn't the red ant soldier egg. This is a specific. So then you have to go to this anthill. And Andy, this was fucking Mount Everest. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even though you're going down, you go down, and the ants were just fucking on you immediately. And I was like, okay, again,
You're in their territory.
Maybe this is this. Well, no, it's like eventually they aren't. It's just the soldier ants. The little ants don't care. Whatever. But you have to go so fucking deep into this goddamn anthill to get the fucking egg. And then I finally, after so many deaths, I finally get the egg and I start going. And then it turns out, of course, if they hit me, I drop it. And it's like, oh my God, I'm like fucking throwing it like a football, just trying to advance. And it's like, this is so annoying. And I was like, this is, you know, me playing it and being like, well, I suck. Clearly, this is my usual circle with the game of like, I suck or I'm just doing this too early. But I've already made the smoothie thing, and I've already made my house, and you want to talk about a good boost to your ego. Yesterday, when Mike jumped in my world, he's like, all right, Greg, I'm impressed. Because I think Mike jumped in expecting me not to have done any of the stuff. Like, I had a house, I had the things, I had defenses. Like, I'm playing the fucking game. It was good. Anyways, I'm like, okay, it must just be me. So then when Mike was like, yo, this anthill sucks, right? I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, they do a really fun job of like, when you think of Grounded, you think of a really awesome little narrative weaved inside of this survival crafting game. But this time around, they've added a lot more to that, Andy, to kind of keep you going, that carrot on the stick mentality of, oh, I got a little nibble, there's more. So now, not only is there a narrative that you'll follow the main branching story, but there's also like small side objectives that will give you raw science, which is kind of your equivalent to upgrades where you can go buy things with raw science to give you more cooking power, more home decor, stuff like that, and then also upgrade your Omni tool. But you are flooded the moment you walk out into the open world of just objective, and there's so many that they don't even know which one to put on the screen anymore. So we'll go from your main objective to now a side one where it's like, hey Greg, make 5 smoothies for me. And
so this organic?
To help
what
you
is
learn
this?
how to play the game and keep you kind of going. Similar to Dune, how when me and Andy and Nick got on, it was like, hey, do all X, Y, and Z. We'll give you some points for that. Now you're learning the game. They've done a really good job with that of like, hey, why don't you go make me a little spinning wheel? And you're like, oh, okay, like I want the raw science, so of course I'll do it. And then you go make it, and now you learn what you can do with that. But they blend so much that it wants you to slow down, but at the same time, what Greg brought up with the Red Ant Hill, 1, I love that they introduced the mount so early. 2, they introduced that very early, where it's like, mission 4 maybe, you were going off and fighting in this Red Ant Hill, and if you don't have a torch with you, if you're not good at navigating, if you're not good at combat, you're going to be punished for about 20 to an hour, right? It was like a lot to go down, go and find these red ant soldiers that will fight you, and if the little ants see that you're fighting the big ant, they'll get involved. So now you have 4 on top of you. You finally find the egg. You have to go back up. Of course, things have respawned by then. You're going out a different entrance. There's even more. And as Greg says, you're holding it like a little football, so you can't do anything else. So it's, oh, here he is. I drop it. I got a bow and arrow it. Then I grab it again, come out. And it's like, that was a task to do that. And so when you finally get the mount, it feels really earned and awesome. But at the same time, playing solo, it was like, this is frustratingly hard.
But then I was like, all right, I got the mount now. Clearly, I'll be able to fucking hold my own against the scorpion. No, scorpions are still fucking killing me left and right. These fucking spiders are still a threat. I'm like, God damn it!
Is there any indication as to what levels you should be fighting these things at? Do you ever see, like, or does that just come with experience where you go, oh, you're 5 hours in, do not bother with the black scorpions, but the yellow ones are fine or whatever?
I think it comes. I mean, Mike, you're the grounded guy, but like from a non-grounded perspective, and somebody who has played plenty of survival games and games in general.
How much Grounded 1 did you play?
I think literally just those first 3 nights.
Oh, okay.
Where I was like, okay, we beat the story, and now we're just fucking around. I'm like,
super interested, yeah.
Yeah, I was there because I wanted the Honey I Shrunk the Kid story,
Gotcha.
not that I'm building a house or whatever, which I know I'm not trying to force on the game, obviously. So for me, I think in this one, there's not that, and I think that comes with time, and I think that would come with playing with your friends, and I think it's going to come, especially with guides and shit. Because there was a moment that broke me where I was like, where the fuck is item X? Where I was like hitting people up, and I joined the reviewer Discord, where I'm like, what the fuck is this? Where do I find the goddamn thing?
That's when desperation sets in, when you hit up the reviewer Discord.
And so it was like, but I think again, like when there's millions of guides and things to go through and do, like again, for me as an objective gamer, I mean as somebody who chases objectives in the games, when the main objective is go to the thing and do the thing, I'm like, let's go do it. And when I was then eating shit doing it, I was like, all right, cool, let's pump the brakes. Then it would be like, I just want to explore the map. I love opening up a map, right? But I'd run around the map and find something cool and collect a bunch of cool shit, but then a mosquito would fucking see me and I'm fucking dead. And so then it's like, all right, let's go back and get that backpack, even though it was across the map and I don't have the ants. So then I'd go, but on the way there, I'd get a wolf spider who would chase me and I'd kill me. And like, all right, well now there's 7 backpacks out there. I don't even remember what had the cool thing in it anymore or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And so like, I think there's going to be, as with all of these kind of games, a community and narrative surrounds, or community and wikis and all that jazz that'll really help you do it. But for me, when I want, okay, so like, but the point I was trying to make, sorry, I put the side objective, I'll go do something else. All right, cool. I don't want to fucking go get killed again from my backpack. I will just build my house now. I will build my house and build my water tank and do all that stuff. And then I built it and I was like, now what? And again, this is me as not that person, because the answer is, well, now decorate it, make chairs and make these things. And it's like, I
made 3 beds
that.
for me and Mike and Nick and
cool.
Dune Awakening,
but I was like, I don't want to do that. So then it was like, I feel like there's these big objectives for the big cool story stuff, but then there's not side objectives that I think a few side missions and smaller things like that would help me out, rather than just build to build. Because I don't want to, I mean, this, obviously this acorn house is built here, looks awesome, but it's like, that's not what I was looking for out of this experience. I wanted to keep being pulled on the story. The Omni tool. I mean, there's so much to talk about that is awesome in this game. I don't want to get hung up on this.
I can't wait to dive deeper into the rest of the game's systems, but we'll have to wait until a word from our sponsors.
This episode's brought to you by Mood. Let me tell you about the online cannabis company that's revolutionizing how we deal with life's challenges. From sleepless nights to stress-filled days, Mood.com has created an entire line of functional gummies that target specific health concerns with 100% federally legal THC blends. They'll deliver them discreetly right to your doorstep, and you can get 20% off your first order at Mood.com with promo code KINDAFUNNY. I've been having a great time trying out their different gummies and am loving how each one feels. And each one is crafted using federally legal cannabis grown on small, family-owned American farms. No pesticides, no BS, and they can ship to most states in the U.S. Best of all, not only does Mood stand behind everything with an industry-leading 100-day satisfaction guarantee, but as I mentioned, listeners get 20% off their first order with code KINDAFUNNY. So head to Mood.com, browse their amazing selection of functional gummies, and find the perfect gummy for whatever you are dealing with. And remember to use promo code KINDAFUNNY at checkout to save 20% on your first order. That's Mood.com, MOOD.com, promo code KINDAFUNNY. This episode's brought to you by Factor. Summer is here, baby. That means more sun, more light, but it should not mean more hours inside cooking. That's where Factor comes in. Factor's chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals are ready in just 2 minutes, taking the hassle out of eating well. Multiple people here at Kinda Funny have been loving their experience with Factor, and you can too. Factor meals arrive fresh and ready to eat, perfect for any active lifestyle over summer and beyond. With 45 weekly menu options, you can pick gourmet meals that fit your summer gains and goals. Choose from options like Calorie Smart, Protein Plus, Keto, and more. Factor powers your day, sun up to sundown, with nutritious breakfasts, on-the-go lunches, premium dinners, and guilt-free snacks and desserts. Factor
They can just walk over these, right? Yeah.
Enjoy more this summer. Get Factor if you want all the
Is this a
flavor
boss
and none
battle?
of the fuss. Get started at factormeals.com/kindafunny50
This is a-
off and use code kindafunny50 off to get 50% off plus
They
free
just
shipping
doubled
on your
my
first
thing
box.
for this
That's
match
code
on? Okay.
kindafunny50 off at factormeals.com/kindafunny50 off for 50% off plus free shipping.
We need you. It's been a few years since we've done a big ol' audience survey to determine who watches our stuff, where you watch it, and what sorts of products you're open to seeing in terms of sponsors. We've boiled this down to a handful of simple questions that shouldn't take you more than 5 minutes to complete. Oh, and all of your answers will be completely anonymous, and we want you to be as honest as possible. Head over to kindafunny.com/survey to participate. Thanks.
Before we hop into some super chats, I want to thank Real Zombro and J-Mag for using their Twitch Prime. Remember, if you have Amazon Prime, you have Twitch Prime. Nobody going to join me on the harmony?
You have Twitch Prime.
Twitch Prime. Let's get into the super chats. We have a birthday tax super chat from John Van Pelt 6806 says it's about time for me to say it's my birthday. Here's a birthday tax.
Happy birthday, Big John.
Happy birthday.
Go play Grounded.
We have a non grounded related super chat from Snake Eater who just says, I want to shout out two indies I've been obsessed with. The King is Watching a Primal Planet. Check them out, everyone. They're great. The King is Watching is a game that I wanted to check out on Steam Next Fest like maybe last year. Didn't get to it, but I'm happy to know that it's awesome and it's living up to people's expectations. But let's get the rest of y'all super chats in. Give us everything you got questions-wise about Grounded 2 so our panel can answer any questions you all would like to get into. I want to get more into a bit more of the specifics. You all already talked about some of the trials and tribulations playing solo, and I think usually whenever we bring up or talk about any sort of survival game that is multiplayer based, it's always, can I play this solo? And you sounds like maybe not the best call right now.
Yeah.
Until difficulty stuff is maybe, you know, added in with the accessibility stuff with...
I think you just need to know what you're getting into. Of course, that it will be a little more on the difficult side for you solo playing. I would encourage you to really slow down and be mindful, but there's some roadblocks. You're definitely going to get hit with some moments where it's difficult, and I think that might deter people unless there's some difficulty settings you can dive into and maybe slide it and adjust it on the fly is where I would prefer to be, because I just think of that first night when you get the call, right? And it's like, hey, I'm sending an army of ants at you, be prepared. And next thing you know, it's pitch black outside. You're trying to fight off about 4 hordes, and it becomes, I'm going to cheese this, and I'm going to hide behind something.
And again, yeah, so what Mike's talking about is there's this tower defense mechanic in the game, right? You have an antagonist this time who is sending out bugs to come attack you, right? Attack your base wherever you set it up. And there'll be a countdown, and there'll be calls. You'll know it's coming. The first time they introduced this, I'd already built my house, and then it was like it taught me to build like basically, you know, little logs with spikes on them to stop stuff.
Real quick, is this something you know happens every third day, or is this just like a randomized?
Random. You get a call, right? That it's coming to attack.
This is a narrative thread that you'll get a call, and it seems like it's going to happen more often than just once.
Okay. It's happened to me a couple times, yeah. And so, like, the idea then is, like, you know, you go to your base and you hole up and you have all these different defenses. One of the trailers we were watching there, you know, there's, like, turrets this time around and all these things you can put down.
Automated type stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
But, like, back to it of, like, I think that's the, you know, my issue with it is, like, the cheesing of it, of the game. Any success I had here, I felt was hollow because I cheesed it. I didn't earn it. Even getting the red ant egg, right? Like, when I finally got that out, it wasn't a, oh my God, I did it. It was like, oh my God, I did it. Let's get this fucking thing back over here so I can do it. And so even this thing was like, lay the tire tracks down, the, you know, spiky tires or whatever. That's not what I'm talking about. The log with the sticks on, the spikes on them. And then I didn't know I was building for this. Once I did that, that was when I was like, we're coming to attack you. I was like, oh shit, okay. So like, these giant bugs show up that should kill me, and I'm like, fuck that. And I went in my house and I closed the door, and then they all just kept bumping into the thing I put out front. And then the ones that would get over the spikes to my window, they couldn't come in my house. So I just walked up to the wall and stabbed them through the wall and killed them. And I was like, well, this doesn't feel good. This doesn't, again, I survived this encounter, and now I have an easy way. Every time it's happened, I'm just like, oh, go in my room, shut the door, stab him through the wall. I was like,
this wasn't like Icarus, Mike, where the bear would break in through our front door.
Yeah, they didn't break in, but it was like Icarus of like, we have the spike fence, and they just run into the spike fence, and then they die right away.
Himself.
So it's like, yeah, Greg learned the tool that they asked him to use, which was the spike wall, but at the same time, yeah, he's just poking an ant through the wall right there. But like, yeah, I do want to highlight some positives, Andy, on the combat side of things. They have a perfect block now that is essentially like a parry for you, where if you block, it will be repelled back, kind of stunned for a second, and you can get in after it. Has a bunch of cool different weapons, which they've already had before, but like I said, you can really kind of dial in your playstyle with the armor matching the weapon of how you want to be. You can get red ant, little teeth claws, whatever they're called, the
pincers or whatever.
Yes, and then you turn those into like little dual blades, which
sick.
I think you would like. And so there's some fun stuff to be had on the combat side.
Yeah,
I just think it will be elevated with friends.
When we talk about how me and Greg are really looking forward to Outer Worlds 2,
hell yeah,
because you know, it's not necessarily that Avowed really did a whole lot for me story-wise, but gameplay-wise, so much fun. And you figure Obsidian has a lot of systems and tools to maybe share with the whole development team. So you felt like combat was great, and there was a lot of variety with weapons, or Like when you mentioned the different classes, I wrote down. You mentioned like mage type classes. What the hell does that mean?
Yeah, kind of. You're gonna have a wand, and you'll be able to throw things at a character, and it's kind of like casting spells. Of course, you'll have the bow and arrow, and then you'll have the single sword with the shield. You have a big hammer. You have the dual blade. So they just give you kind of more ways to play and have all of us, if we were four playing, unique different styles. So it's like everybody can be somewhere differently on the battlefield and still be contributing instead of just surrounding and hacking and slashing.
What was your class, Greg?
I just stuck with the most basic stuff. Mike, when you turned it on yesterday, you were shocked that I didn't do the hammer, right? I was using the larva lance. So I had, this giant staff with then the pincer of a red ant on the tip of it or whatever.
Cool.
So I could run. I was just spear class. So I just wanted to get up close, do a charge attack, hit you that way, dodge out of the way.
Is that
I had a weevil shield, so I'd be doing that. So basically, spear and shield.
Is that something that you're customizing when you're saying, I'm making this weapon, but I can put the ant?
No. You have a whole set. When you go into your crafting, you have a whole set of like what it can actually. I guess I have to go to the table probably for weapons, but you have to. There's a whole set. Of what
Okay,
you're
so
trying to do.
modification.
I'm so
doesn't
glad I
go
did.
as deep as maybe Avowed did, Greg. I know Avowed had a lot of custom things where you could say, I want this to have. Whenever I parry, I can choose from these two abilities.
None of that.
None of that.
No.
Okay.
See, you go in here and it's just like, do you want the pebble spear, the crimson spear,
gotcha.
the larva lance, what kind of shield do you want?
Are some of these legendary items that you're finding that are really rare?
You're not. Well, no legendary you're
crafting your
finding. So
stuff.
you craft, but as you see, like you get to see, right, your damage, your stun, your
getting
speed,
better.
your critical, right? So
Gotcha.
you can see through and go see what would be giving you the best off of any of that stuff.
Mike, one thing I love about Dune Awakening is how it didn't really feel like you had to move heaven and earth to get a lot of materials. One really nice thing about you break one little pile of rock and it feels like you had a lot of stone. You weren't constantly doing the dance that we've had. We've done the dance with a million times with a lot of survival games where it's like, I'm just trying to find this one stupid thing, but it won't drop. I've broken 12 of these things. I have no drop so far. It was very bountiful with the amount of materials they were giving you. How do you feel that compares in Grounded 2? Do you feel like they were really fair? Do you feel like whenever you did have enough that maybe you had a mission that asked for those same materials and you're like, oh, fuck, I guess I can't use those materials for my house now or whatever?
Well, the backyard or the park now is very bountiful of things around you. So you never feel like it's like, oh, I'm dying for this. But I would say that it's not like Dune where you walk away going, man, I just got 30 of that, right? It's more like 5, 10, 2, 7. It's very small numbers because a lot of the items that you build are on a smaller scale than Dune. So there's never a moment where you're like, I'm desperately in need of this because the park is so bountiful and you can find it. But there are moments where you're like, oh man, now I got to go back for clay again. And like, now I need that clay resource to respawn. Or that means I got to go farther into the park, which means more threats just to find that. Those were the small hiccups that I found. Most of the time I could find anything I wanted. They do a really good job of having an encyclopedia of all the items that you can have. I wish they took it one step farther and said, hey, here's where you can find it, right? There's like...
And they do. This is one of the things I want to compliment so much. When you're on the map here, you can hit Y and put it into Resource Finder. And then you can go through and look, and it will okay, cool, I need to go find Blueberry Chunk. You go there, you hit it, bam. It'll light up the map and show you where it is.
Yeah, so when you're in the encyclopedia and it's just writing down all the things, I wish there was like a, here's what it is, you're reading about it, here's a photo of where you can find it. Here's like a, what it looks like to find it, right? Because you're looking for little thistle needles to be able to make bow and arrows, and it will show you this, you'll read about it, and you're like, okay, well, just put a picture underneath this, because it's a giant text bubble, right, Andy? And it's only one sentence of text. So it's just this giant...
Blinked.
I don't like Call of Duty. Ah, well, I guess that wasn't such a big deal.
say psych right now.
I've never been a fan of the big old COD franchise. Like, the main campaigns aren't exactly gripping, emotional stories.
Oh no! So...
And to put it bluntly, I was absolutely trash at the multiplayer. Here's a graph to further prove that point. Like, the first couple of games were pretty good. I mean, Shepard's Betrayal still remains a scarring moment for any gamer.
What?
But then they released like 20 more games that were effectively all the same and consistently declined in quality.
Welcome to WatchMojo.com, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 mistakes the human race keeps repeating.
But hey, this one's got Jon Snow in it. People like Jon Snow, right?
No.
Like, come on, I'm not an idiot. There's no way I'm gonna pay £50 each year for practically the same game. Basically, I just think Call of Duty doesn't really appeal to me, much like how military adverts don't appeal to me.
If you can fix a car, then you can learn to fix a Lynx Mark 8 helicopter.
Well, that's a bit of a fucking leap, don't you think? However, today I've decided to jump into the world of Call of Duty online lobbies.
Yeah, I deep-throated your mom.
And play the latest big shooty gun game,
War Games!
In case you didn't know, Warzone is Call of Duty's answer to the Battle Royale style games that have become insanely popular as of late. Like Fortnite with its, Thanos? And funny blue-haired man.
I can literally purchase the bank that your house is being loaned out to.
Oh wait, no, I know, it's because of Ali A.
The game, hit that thumbs up button in the next 5 seconds and you'll be popping headshots with every bullet.
Excuse me, the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, I don't really know why everyone likes Fortnite. I've never actually played it.
The fuck you say to me, you little shit?
Now, as for today, the aim of this video is simple. 1. Get good. 2. Get a victory royale. And 3. Win back IGN. I'm sorry I upset you. Please just take me back. So first things first, I downloaded the game and prepared myself to go to war. While the game took a brisk 3 hours to download.
Oh, 3 hours, thank you. I didn't want to fucking play the game anyway, you cunt.
Eventually though, the game installed after taking up about 600 terabytes of storage just to render this man's mustache, but regardless, I was off to the races. I put in my email address and was ready to... Oh, for fuck's sake. Right, it's been updated. Maybe now I can... Literally for about the next 45 minutes, this connection error continued to happen. It got so bad I tried appeasing the Call of Duty gods by watching the trailer to the latest game.
That was epic.
But still, fucking nothing. Luckily though, I went over to YouTube and a tutorial showed me exactly what I needed to do. Ah yes, I now understand. So after I hacked my way into the game, I was presented with a cutscene informing me of the next big terrorist threat I needed to eliminate.
You watch your fucking mouth!
Now, like any good soldier, I of course had to go through an extensive training regimen. This would allow me to harness my true super soldier potential.
Well done, mate.
Thank you. Yada yada yada, aim gun, shoot people, make friends. Oh no, Kruger, how could I do this to you? Wait, I don't have a wife. Oh my god, she took the kids. You all know the drill by now, so if you'll excuse me, how about I actually play the game?
Hi, sisters!
So going into game 1, I had absolutely fuck all planned. But you know, winning a game here shouldn't be too difficult. Like point gun, shoot, wham bam, thank you ma'am, here's your victory royale with extra cheese. Anyway, I made my plunge out of the boogie bus, landed in Luton Airport, and hey, what you know, instantly found a rare gun.
Everything's coming up.
Alex Webb.
See, I told you winning this was going to be easy. How many people are left? 140. Now, it was at this point I realized that I wasn't playing a singles battle royale game like my lonely self had originally intended. I was actually playing a trios game, with my teammates being, well, all the fucking way over there. However, luckily I had a plan up my sleeve. I'm coming, boys! Don't you worry, I'll be right there! I raced to the location my teammates were at, traversing the challenging terrain and plowing through a barrage of bullets, only to find one of my teammates squatting behind a pole. Hey mate, where are you? Oh fuck, okay, I get it. Little did I know, I had just ran into an intense gunfight. But I wasn't intimidated by that and decided to take the fight straight to this guy's front door. Knock knock, who's there? Bullets. At this point I knew he was running scared, so I charged into his hideout where well, I couldn't fucking find him. Like seriously, where the fuck did he...
There he is!
Right, well, on a scale from 1 to 10, I think that's a solid 6. However, being shot in the head didn't mean I was permanently taken out of this game, surprisingly enough. I was actually granted the second chance at life by visiting the Gulag.
Welcome to the Gulag.
What the fuck even is a Gulag? Oh, well that's fucking horrifying. To lighten up the mood, here's me shooting this man in the face. And just like that, I was flying back into the fight, ready to help out Den the Man 88 and Frank Corp, which with a quick Google search will reveal that Frank is actually a duck. I will say one advantage to my first game being in a team is that I could act like the special kid eating crayons and didn't need to care.
I'm the LA Beast. It's the Crayon Challenge.
Because I had 2 other guys on my team that were effectively military veterans carrying me through it. Plus they also gave me money. What? Only $2 grand? What are you, some kind of broke bitch? I mean, I'll still take it. As the numbers on the battlefield dropped, we decided to move out from our strategic position on the roof. As they dove off the fucking thing and I took the stairs. I mean, come on. Safety first. Unfortunately though, we got separated during our travels, and by separated, I mean I got distracted trying to inspect the interior of this bus. Just let me in, jump a bit. What the fuck, why are my legs not functioning? Aha, I see your problem, sir. You seem to be missing a steering wheel. But it wasn't long before I was reunited with my old friends Frank and Den. Side note, who carries a child for 9 months and goes, yes, you shall be named Den. However, our reunion wasn't exactly under the best of circumstances. Den, don't worry, I've got you, man. Wait, why the fuck are there 2 of them? Now, before any of you comment my aiming is trash, I would like to point you towards the graph again. So going into game 2, I was on my own this time. No Den or Frank to carry me through it. So obviously I realized I needed a game plan. So I looked at the map, surveyed the safe zone, and came to the conclusion that the dam would be the best place to start my journey to victory. However, the plan went to shit straight away as I dove out the plane far too early and landed in an apartment which had absolutely fuck all guns in it. What do you mean there's no AKs in the kids' room? However, as I stormed out the apartment, I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. I got myself into position and waited for the unsuspecting player. There was absolutely no way I could fuck this.
There's nothing kind about that.
Again, look at the graph. Back in the Gulag, I decided it was a good idea to make some friends before I ultimately put him out of his misery. I landed back in the battlefield and well, nothing really happened. All I did was stay in someone's attic for about 10 minutes, chilling with my good vibes only. However, I did find a epic gun.
I'm talking to myself.
And once I left the confines of the attic, I found the remains of a once proud EasyJet on my travels. Naturally, I paid my respects before leaving the National Treasure, and eventually found another building's bathroom to hide in.
Why are you locked in the bathroom?
Now I once watched a donkey video on how to handle this. I continued walking around trying to find any type of human contact, but alas, it was not to be. Again, I found another building to stop by at because my Fitbit had hit 10,000 steps, so I needed to take a break. Luckily though, I found another epic gun, and also a drone.
General Kenobi.
Wow, I can use this to spy on David Dobrik.
There's a drone in our fucking backyard.
A new drone?
Take this.
I'm tired of this neat hat.
Mission failed.
That was a good shot.
I should
Holy
actually try
snap.
to use the drone. Just
Holy
fit through.
snap.
Why are you struggling with this? What the fuck's going on here?
This is the most overrated controller. It's Scuff's new PC controller. I thought it wasn't that important, but it's almost been a year since its release, and I'm literally still getting comments about trying it and how good it is, despite its mixed reviews. I don't know much about this controller besides just seeing it on Google, so I decided to buy one for myself to test, to let you guys know if it's really any good or not. Now, if you play with paddles, you're probably already familiar with Scuff controllers. They make really fancy pro controllers for Xbox and PlayStation. There's some I care for, and there's some I don't. But the new controllers that they make are all pretty solid. This happens to be their first PC-focused controller, meaning it's not intended to be played on any of the consoles. Also meaning that there's some exclusive features they listed on the box, like 11 additional inputs, full customizability, and 5 programmable G keys, which I'm guessing work for keybinds and macros. I don't use macros much, but it seems like a cool quality of life optimization for pro controllers and might even give some permanent ideas to future controllers. But while I'm getting open the box, I want to give a big thanks to ObsBot for providing the hand cam for today's video. These are the brand new back to opening the box, you can clearly see that this is a controller that is heavily dependent on software. When I picked up the controller for the first time, I could definitely tell that this was exclusively a PC controller by the size. With most Pro controllers, they use the Xbox or PlayStation layout and you can easily tell which console it's compatible with, but with this controller, it looked and felt nothing like either. It had its own shape and size. To me, it was slightly larger than an Xbox controller, but also
that looks like an
slightly
Xbox
smaller
controller
than a
though. Like,
PlayStation
come on,
controller.
dude.
So definitely
Get
somewhere
it together.
in the middle. Something that did feel familiar on this controller that I've always loved about Pro Scuff controllers was the grip. It always feels super nice, and it's included and marketed exclusively as a Pro feature for the higher tier controllers.
That must be
Speaking of
crazy. I
tiers,
feel
there's
like-
two tiers of this controller: the regular Envision, which is the base tier, and the Envision Pro, which is the upgraded
Where's that
tier.
at?
I got the Pro version, which adds 3 features: high performance grip, low latency wireless connection, and instant triggers, which by the way are my personal favorites and the reason I always go for the more expensive scuffs. A universal feature of all Pro controllers are usually some sort of trigger stop, which divides the full motion of a trigger into like a shorter press for a slight competitive advantage. Scuff has their own unique version of this, and it's the best out of any controller I've tried. Instead of dividing the full motion of a trigger press, they give you the option to fully turn your trigger into a mouse click, and it's super satisfying and also pretty amazing. But for this controller, the triggers definitely had some noticeable travel, which was annoying. My favorite Scuff controller is the Instinct. It's their newest Pro Xbox controller, and besides the size, which is a personal preference, I think it's the closest to a perfect controller. But I compared my Instinct Pro to the Envision Pro so you can see the travel distance of each trigger. The Instinct triggers felt so much better, and you can definitely see what I'm talking about and maybe why I found the Envision pretty disappointing. I've tested so many popular controllers over the years now, so it probably sounds like I'm being picky, but now I know exactly what I personally like. Like for instance, the paddles. I found this paddle style first for my Instinct controller, and it's why I choose this controller to play with anytime I play a game now. I love this specific usage of 4 paddles, and this is my favorite paddle layout on any controller I've tried, ever. It's 100% the only way and the most comfortable way I can use 4 paddles because I'm using 1 finger on each hand instead of 2. I was excited for that, and also something that is brand new, which is the 2 new buttons that were added on each side of the controller. If you're a competitive gamer at all, you know that controller has increasingly gotten more difficult to compete with.
Gamer heaven. Back buttons. Of course you do that to me. Of course you're gonna sit there and act like you didn't know all the way to space there. Of course.
You just bought an expensive piece of plastic known as a Pro controller, and now you're feeling like a snap-aiming stallion or an esports athlete in training. But now you've got this expensive controller with these fancy doodad doohickeys on the back, either buttons or paddles, and you have no idea what to bind them to. Oh, you didn't opt for the optional reprogrammable rear buttons? Don't worry, we'll cover what to do in that situation as well. Now, turning off to my side because I noticed there's a couple of more of you hiding over here in the corner of my room. Get that right there on the suck hole. In this video, we're going to talk about what buttons you should rebind or remap to your rear paddles or buttons. Now, full disclosure, I got the idea from this video from the homeboy V Kuda, and yes, that collaboration between 2 great gamer minds of the controller genre is happening in the near future. We've just been kind of busy and whatnot, but still chatting some application that was programmed in somebody's basement called Discord. Other than what to program or rebind your rear buttons or paddles to, we're going to cover what to do if you didn't get a remappable kit and they're static and not dynamic and you can't change them, and we're going to cover what to do if you do not have a Pro controller. Either you can't afford one or you simply don't want one for God knows whatever reason. Maybe it hurts your fingertips or something.
My fingers hurt.
Oh, well, now your back's gonna hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty.
This is your controller captain. We've reached 6,900 feet. Go ahead and start flicking the sticks.
Why is
and
that the
mollywop
second
in the
time
back
I've seen
paddles.
that?
You don't like back paddles? How about those rear buttons?
Is it?
Tested all
Did I see that in
100
another one of his
custom premium
videos?
controllers, and we're only at the beginning. You need a thumbstick guide or a tutorial on how to overclock your controller? Check out the controller playlist.
Bing bong.
Controller captain out. So you got yourself a pro controller, which might be called a premium controller or a custom controller. They're used somewhat interchangeably, but they are different things. I'll cover that in another video. But one of the primary or key features is that it most likely has rear buttons or paddles, so you can keep your fingers on the thumbsticks, keep moving and aiming, and not have to touch things like your D-pad and face buttons or action buttons. So I'm just going to get it right out of the way. In my opinion, 95% of the time you should rebind all of the face buttons or action buttons. If you only have 2 rear buttons or rear paddles, maybe you prefer it, or maybe that's just what you got, then I recommend having cross or A and B or circle, depending if you're on team blue or team green with your console preference. Or shit, maybe you're on PC. I just made a video about how being controller player on PC is incredibly OP because you're getting the best of both worlds. In fact, I think that was the title of the video, is the best of both worlds. So why do I say X and circle or A and B, which is going to be jump and crouch? Old Danny's driving by in his lifted truck. Gotta show the ladies how big his schmeckle is. Like, we live in the inner city. What's the need for a full-size truck? Does Peepaw have a ranch downtown or something that I don't know about? When you get into a gunfight in close range or even medium range, you want to keep your torso and head hitbox constantly moving. That's why you see good FPS players, esports athletes bobbing up and down in fights constantly as they strafe back and forth. It's because it's making it harder to hit their hitbox. Now, granted, you have to be constantly compensating for your aim as you move like that, but it is going to make you a much harder target. That is why I recommend you can be aiming back and forth with the analog sticks and strafing while spamming the crouch button, which I recommend you change all of your games eventually to hold to crouch rather than toggle. It will make you a lot quicker. And then also jumping, throw an occasional jump in there. I would say crouch is the most important one to have. You can actually substitute crouch for something like square on a PlayStation or X on an Xbox controller, which is going to be reload and also usually interact with the environment, like in Warzone, bust open doors. Now, other than the face buttons, which like I said, 95% of the time is what you're going to bind the rear buttons to, there are certain games such as Apex Legends where the D-pad has some very critical actions, such as pulling out a med kit if you need to heal up, or even switching to grenades, because there is no dedicated grenade button in Apex Legends. You have to equip it and then throw it. So that might make sense to bind that to one of the rear buttons. Same thing with Days Gone, that zombie survival game. Heal is one of the D-pad buttons, and I remember playing that game with a non-premium or pro controller, just on a standard controller, and I would have to basically use this part of my thumb here, the ball, if you will, to maneuver my character while pressing the D-pad to heal up as I'm running away from a horde of zombies. That would have been convenient to just tap a rear button. So let's say you bought a premium or custom controller, but you didn't opt for a remappable chip where you can rebind these on the fly. Well, most modern games have keybinds inside of the options menu, so you can just bind them that way to your rear paddles. But if they do not, and you're on PC, you can download a remapping program such as DS4, which is going to work with PlayStation controllers, or Rewazd, which you have to pay for that one. It's between $7 and $25 depending on the add-ons that you get. But that will allow you to rebind virtually not only any controller, but a baked potato, a pager, your mom's vibrator, controllers from the Civil War, basically, Theodore Roosevelt's joystick. You can remap pretty much anything. It's great. Now, I will say that there is a huge learning curve whenever you transition to a controller with rear paddles and buttons. However, once you get proficient in it and then get good with it, you will not want to go back to a standard controller. Don't get me wrong. There's some games like maybe a platformer like Crash Bandicoot, a racing game, stuff like that, fighting games, beat 'em ups, where I don't really need a pro controller. But anytime I'm playing a third-person action adventure or a first-person shooter, for sure, that's the main one, I'm always going to have a premium, custom, or pro controller in my hands with either remappable buttons or paddles. I prefer 4. I greatly do, because I use all 4 of them all the time. But some people prefer 2. It's just more comfortable for them. There's actually some professional esports athletes that run 2 paddle controllers. A lot of them, actually. Just personal preference. You're not less of a man or dried up old woman if you use 2 or 4. It's what feels good in your fingertips, sweetheart. Now, a lot of controllers like this aim over here, you can actually remove 2, 3, all of the paddles if you want to. And if you prefer 2 paddles, or you share the controller with somebody else, or you're playing a game that doesn't require paddles at all, you just remove them. Almost dropped it. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to practicality. The entire point of having rear buttons is to keep your fingers on the thumbsticks constantly. Whatever button on the front of the controller you are constantly pressing, rebind that to the rear buttons.
But Kevin, what about binding the bumpers, L1 and R1, and the left and the analog sticks, L3 and R3?
Bumpers, I would say fuck no, because you can literally just slide your fingers up like that. You can even hold the controller like that. Granted, that's not very ergonomically comfortable, but I do understand the appeal of wanting to rebind L3 and R3. R3 is usually melee. However, you don't use it that frequently and your finger is already on the thumbstick, so it's not a big deal. I would keep that bound to clicking down the right stick. The left stick, if you're constantly pressing down on L3 to sprint and you're worried about that wearing down the thumbstick, that is a valid concern. Stick drift is prominent in any controller that doesn't use Hall effect magnetic sensors, which like 1% of controllers I've tested use. However, almost all games have a setting where you can turn on auto sprint, which I recommend you do, because unlike keyboard and mouse, where it's just a button, as soon as you press W, you're sprinting down the road. With an analog stick, if you just press it up 70% of the way, you're running, and then you press it all the way and you're sprinting automatically, so you don't have to keep clicking down L3, and that frees up a rear button that you can bind to the face buttons. Also, there hasn't been enough studies or scientific laboratory testing to prove that clicking down L3 and R3 really does speed up the problem with stick drift. It would make sense that it does in my book, which is a very small book with pretty pictures because I read it at 2nd grade level. Now, if you cannot afford a pro controller or you simply don't want one, the only reason I can think somebody wouldn't want one is that they're worried about the learning curve of accidentally hitting them and actuating them. But if they have a good resistance and they're in a good ergonomic placement, you don't have to worry about that. And again, practice and building up muscle memory, and then you are never going to want to play without them. But if you can't afford one, what I recommend you do is play claw grip. Now, it is freakishly uncomfortable when you first start, and most likely you will get arthritis over time.
My fingers hurt.
Now with claw grip, I do actually recommend that you stretch your fingers for about 3 to 5 minutes before playing, and then about every 2 hours of gameplay, stretch your fingers out again, because it is a strenuous position for your hand to be in, but it is incredibly efficient, and there are pro players that don't even use a premium or custom controller with rear buttons, they just play claw grip. One of the ones that immediately just popped into my head is Overtime AU. He's a Facebook gaming streamer that plays primarily Warzone on a standard PS4 controller.
Oh my god. You saved a fucking ass there. Thank you, bro.
A lot of people do it. It's just not very comfortable. And in my opinion, it's more efficient and comfortable and better for your knuckles to play with a pro controller if you can afford it. Hopefully this answered all of your questions. If it did, drop a like on the video so it gets discovered by more gamers. This video gets promoted in the Google algorithm. Helps the information to get discovered by more gamers, so it helps them as well, and helps me to feel like a big boy by getting my view minutes up. If you enjoyed the video, liking it helps it to get seen by more gamers. This information will reach and assist them as well, which in turn helps me grow this little channel, which I do greatly appreciate. Subscribe for more content like this. I cover news in the gaming community and industry, tutorials helping you get set up streaming and YouTubing, as well as honest gaming product reviews, keyboards, mice, headsets, controllers, mics, chairs, etc. There are some hefty exclusive discount codes found only in the description of my videos and only for the audience here at Gamer Heaven. Check out Into the AM for some of the sickest looking and most comfortable cloth to ever grace my gaming giblets. If you don't want to be scorching your corneas with harmful blue light, check out Gamer Advantage, the only blue light glasses on the market that look sexy and actually work. If you're looking for a custom controller that'll blow the competition's tits back, AIM definitively has the best bang for buck or price to performance when it comes to Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch controllers. Nope, they don't do Switch, but they do gaming mice. I said doo-doo. I have links to all my other platforms and socials in the description below. If you need a quick laugh or blast of gamer adrenaline, check my short form videos out at TikTok. To get in touch with myself and the stallions and stallionettes of Gamer Heaven, join the community Discord, and check me out at twitch.tv where I go live every other leap year on a blue moon if it falls into an odd calendar number, and my pH balance is on point. Just kidding, starting June I'm going to be live streaming a lot. Thanks for watching. This has been AK40 Kevin hosting Gamer Heaven, and I'll see you tomorrow because I upload daily. All the time. 60% of the time. Sometimes. Most of the time. Peace.
Your soul will do nicely.
Oh my god, these. No, no, thank you on that one.
A single choice, endless ripples.
I'm not gonna focus on.
Boring part's over.
There's just not enough ceiling here to focus on.
I've got a small gripe or complaint, a bone to pick, and no, it's not with you, it's with these type of buttons. Not one sunk flush with the rear shell, because I really like that. That's the most ergonomically comfortable. Unlike them fat-ass paddles of yesteryear that literally felt like boat oars strapped to the back of your controller. Might as well be rocking a strike pack. However, buttons that are completely flat and require you to stretch outward and then push inward. A lot of words, but it will make sense when I show it to you right in front of your corneas. And then I'll also show you the alternatives or four rear button controllers that don't suffer from this problem and are freaking phenomenal. Let's get it. The topic of today's controller discussion is going to be four rear button controllers, but ones like the Turtle Beach Stealth Ultra, where two of them are on the palm grips, but then the other two, instead of being down there by your ring fingers or at the tips of your middle fingers, are in the middle of the rear shell. Kind of like the Razor Wolverine, where you have to stretch your fingers out. Not only is that a little bit inconvenient, but the bigger problem here is that you cannot spam the ever-living shit or quickly press those buttons. The ones on the palm grips, you absolutely can, but the ones on the back,
not this fast, then it's really hard to do that in gameplay. As we're over here,
go ahead and try it. Pick up your controller right now. There's no real efficient way, whether you're using the tip or rolling in with the ball of your meaty little bone, to quickly spam those buttons. So in games like Fallout, where I'm trying to pick up loose loot or loot a corpse, but it's less than maybe 5 items, where I'm not gonna open up their inventory and take all. I just want to pick up from the ground. I'm going to be using the rear button, and funny enough, I had this Envision Pro from Scuff right next to me. This also suffers from the exact same problem, where you can quickly spam the ever-leaving crap out of these two, but then for these inner two, you need to stretch out or extend your finger, and there's no real way to quickly spam those buttons, which I just gave you a use case scenario, picking up loose loot in any game where looting is involved, so any game pretty much. So if you have a controller like that, my advice is to bind those buttons that you can't spam quickly to a binding, an in-game function that you would not need to repeat press quickly. Like reload. You're not gonna reload. You're just gonna pop a fresh mag in and move on with your day. Gang. Snap, crackle, pop, Hadouken, snap, crackle, pop. You don't want to assign that button to something like crouch, where you might want to be boop, boop, bobbing up and down, moving your hitbox around, swaying back and forth in a little 1v1, you know, or something like picking up loot, where you want to pick up as fast as fucking possible to dump out a drawer into your backpack. I gave you the problem, no solution. The controllers that don't do this are going to be something like the Vader 3 Pro from FlyDig. Which, because those buttons are angled, you can just swipe your finger back and forth, and on the forward pass and the back pass, so like a little windshield wiper, you're clicking that button. Very quick, very efficient. Love that design, but my favorite four rear button design still remains to this day having two buttons under your middle fingers and two buttons equal in size, spacing, and actuation pressure down there by your ring fingers. I do also like the controllers like the Phantom, where you can cover all four with your middle fingers. That's pretty slick as well. I had my Battle Beaver spec'd out like that, but the ones like the TB Stealth Ultra, and there's a ton of other controllers that use this design, I'm just picking on that one right now. You can't really spam those innards. Oh my god, I could have done that with any other finger, but I chose to fly the bird high. Thank you for listening to my thoughts on this controller topic. Please, I'm begging you here. Now that just sounded sarcastic. I went above and beyond, but do sincerely drop your opinion of this topic in the comment section below, and I will read it and I will respond to it, and we get a little conversation going on down there. If you enjoyed
I've had my greasy gamer mitts on a lot of premium and custom controllers. You know what really gets me stimulated down there in the gamer nether regions? A good set of rear buttons or paddles. Unfortunately, not all esports controllers are created equal, and there simply are some poor paddle designs on the market. Today, we're going to be stacking side by side, neck to neck, tip to tits, 6 of the most common, popular, and well praised in the gaming community rear paddle controllers for first person shooters. After getting hundreds of hours of stick time with these bad boys, I'm going to explain which ones are my favorite and which ones fall short and exactly why. Let's get it. The most important feature of any premium or custom controller, especially for esports or first-person shooter use, is going to be the rear paddle / button design. Some use paddles, some use buttons. I prefer a 4-button or paddle design as opposed to a 2, because with a lot of these you can actually detach or remove 2 of the paddles if you don't want, then run 4 in certain games. Now this video is strictly going to focus on rear paddles and buttons. I'm not going to touch on any other features, but one thing I do want to caveat or mention right up front is that the Wolverine Chroma over here, as well as any of the Razer controllers such as the Wolverine Tournament and Ultimate, are wired, as is the PowerA Fusion Pro over here. Now, in my opinion, for PC use, that is not a big deal whatsoever because you're generally sitting at a desk where you can plug into the front of your tower. However, in a casual console environment, such as sitting back in bed in your bedroom or on a couch in a living room, having the convenience of not being tethered with a wire is fantastic. Not to mention the whole argument of 0 input delay or lag has become less and less of an issue over the last 7 or 8 years or so, as where wireless connectivity, whether you're talking about the 2.4 gigahertz dedicated connection between an Xbox or the Bluetooth 5.0 that PlayStation 4 and 5 use, have gotten so good to where input lag or delay is so unnoticeable. It's milliseconds if that, and unless you are a competitive esports athlete, in which case if you're in a tournament, you're probably at a setup, a rig, a terminal, plugged into whatever you're competing on. For casual console use, wireless is the way to go in my opinion. Getting that out of the way. So these are wired, but they do have 4 paddles, so they are going to be included in this comparison here. I'm going to try and keep this video short and concise and just jump right into it so I don't ramble or repeat myself or anything. So starting out with Hex's latest offering in the 4 paddle department for the Xbox Series, you can tell that this is meant for the Series because it does have that share button, as well as the hybrid D-pad, which is a wheel and a 4-point as well. This does have swappable thumbsticks. We're not talking about that here today. Ergonomically, it is very comfortable because this is exactly where you would like to naturally rest your hands when you're holding the shell of an Xbox One or Series controller, and you do get a good resistance to where you're not going to accidentally actuate these switches very often. They are clicky and tactile, despite the fact that they are not a mechanical switch. They do feel very good, and remapping them is super simple. You have this little flip lever, and you are able to quickly remap all 4 of them, probably in about 10 or 15 seconds, which I really do like. I am a big fan of this, and this is going to be ranked relatively high in my opinion. Now, you cannot really remove these. You can pop off these little plastic covers, but there's still going to be a little button underneath there like that. And the reason for that is you can actually buy this as a kit, which is awesome because if you don't want to spend $250 on a premium controller and you don't mind tinkering a little bit, which you can do, I'm having a hell of a time getting this back on there. Now, there technically is a way to deactivate these paddles if you remap all of them to the share button. That is more or less deactivating the paddles to where you can share it with a friend in couch co-op or a significant other that doesn't prefer rear paddles because they accidentally hit them or whatever. The Elite 2 has long running been one of my favorite paddle designs. It basically took what we had with the Elite 1 and made it substantially better by pushing these paddles closer to the rear shell, not to mention they are shaved down about 30%, and they do require more resistance to hit them, and I am a big fan of this, and the combination of the rubber grips with these nice metallic paddles feels very, very good. And I also do like the fact that they are completely removable, and not just removable, but very quickly and easily because they're magnetized. So I do really like that a lot. And also there's a big aftermarket for this controller as well. Scuf makes aftermarket paddles for this, which I have reviewed on this channel. That video will be linked in the description below. And overall, this is a phenomenal design. Now the aim over here, I'm actually not too tremendous of a fan of, which is unfortunate because I really do like their PS5 DualSense controller. However, there is a couple of issues with this one. You can remove this by twisting this off. You can actually pop off 2 or even 4 of the paddles, which is cool. These do feel kind of flimsy and cheap, and also these bottom ones stick way too far out. They need to be shaved down a little bit in their next version or iteration. So hopefully, if AIM's watching, just shave these down a little bit, because the thing is, when you pause your game and then you set this down on a table, check this out. It's actually resting on its paddles to where as soon as you set the controller down after pausing it, it's going to activate one of the paddles and then unpause your game and you're getting your titties slapped around. So not to mention the top 2 paddles do feel really clicky and tactile. However, the bottom 2 are not the same mechanism and they do feel just a little bit sloppy and loose in my opinion. So this isn't one of my favorite paddle designs, especially because there are so many great competitors in the space. Now, for the longest time, I bashed Scuf for having one of the worst paddle designs on the market. Ergonomically, it was incredibly uncomfortable. You could not cover all 4 of the paddles simultaneously unless you held it like this, which is not comfortable, especially for long gaming sessions. Not to mention, they were very, very flimsy. They were breaking for a lot of people, and unless you had a 3D printer, you had to actually buy a replacement on Amazon, and for a while, they didn't have replacements on Amazon. You would have to mail the whole controller into Scuf, which took like 2 to 3 weeks, and you had to pay out of pocket as Scuf or Corsair
only has a 6-month warranty, which is very small. Now that did change here recently with the Impact and Impact Pro. This is the Pro version here. And I really am a big fan of this design here. Now, the only downside is you technically are covering all 4 of the buttons because your middle fingers rest in here, and you can either pull inwards to activate these switches or expand outwards, straighten your finger. If you're trying to press multiple rear buttons at a time, maybe trying to slide and reload at the same time, maybe trying to jump and swap weapons, doing a pro gamer move, you know what I mean? You'd have to actually hold it like this. You can't hope for the best and hope that if you just pinch your finger in there that you're going to hit both of the switches, but unless you got some really thick meat hammers or a bunch of bananas for fingers, you're probably not going to be able to cleanly hit all 4 of the buttons or 2 or 3 of the buttons at a time. But I did completely play through Halo Infinite using this controller, and it was incredibly comfortable, and it just felt good. Overall, the rubber grips in combination with this new paddle design, or buttons I should say, is a great design. I think Scuff made a tremendous improvement. Next up in the wired side of the house, we have the Wolverine V2 Chroma, which is the latest addition to the lineup of Wolverine Xbox controllers. And this is an interesting one for me. These buttons do not remove, but they are in a position to where if you just hold it normally, they're up and out of the way until you do need them, then you extend your fingers out. But this really isn't that comfortable, especially for long gaming sessions. Now you could hold it like that and then just slide your fingers up and down, but that's not very comfortable. And also, these feel kind of cheap and chintzy. Whatever plastic they used here, it just feels kind of cheap and chintzy when you're depressing them. I'm not depressed using them, but you know, when you're depressing them, it doesn't feel great. Also, it's kind of slick. I wish they used some kind of a rubberized coating or something. I'm sure you could stick on a little aftermarket pad or something, but I'm just not a huge fan. It's not very ergonomic. The fact they can't be removed isn't great. I will say it is nice that they do have 2 additional buttons up here, and these are tactile. But why didn't they go with a mechanical switch like their face buttons and D-pad for the paddles? They just went with this real sloppy, cheap-feeling plastic. I just don't understand that. I guess to cut costs. Next up, bringing up the rear, or the tuchus, the rump of this competition here. It is no competition holding this sack of crap here. The PowerA Fusion Pro V2, or version 2 over here, horrendous. I absolutely hate this paddle design. You can remove them magnetically like that, which is cool. Gotta be smart enough to get them back in, though. But you can't actually remove the entire module like that. Then they do have a back plate that covers up this little rear section here. But I am not a fan of these whatsoever. For one, they stick way too far off the rear shell, and they just feel sharp and jagged against your fingertip, and they feel super chintzy. Look how much wobble or wiggle is in here. This feels like this paddle design was an afterthought that was just tacked onto this controller. It does not feel like during the R&D phase, they built the controller around the paddle design. It feels like the paddles were just slapped on as a little tack-on bolt-on. Now, this is the cheapest controller here by far at $80 US, and you kind of get what you pay for, unfortunately. They feel so sloppy and mushy and just, for lack of a better word, gross, I would say. So I now have these organized in order from best to worst, in my opinion. The best would be the Elite Series 2. It took the paddles that were already pretty good on the Elite 1 and made them that much better, plus the fact that this is a licensed Microsoft controller, so it just instantly syncs up with your Xbox. You can control the settings and keybinds from the actual Xbox interface or your operating system. You don't have to install a third-party app like you do with the Razer. And the fact that they are magnetized and removable and they are up against the rear shell, they just feel very, very good. And a lot of times when I'm playing controller on PC, it will be an Elite 2 that I do grab. Now, there are quality control issues with the Elite 1. The Elite 2 did fix a lot of these QC issues, especially with the recent batch that has been going out. I've been playing heavily with this one for about 4 months now, 4 or 5 months, and I've had no issues, but also it's almost luck of the draw. It's almost Silicon lottery that you'll get one that isn't a busted piece of crap. So in my opinion, the Elite 2 has a very solid paddle design.